here in 3D because, gosh, I'd give you a hug too because I'm going for hugs. I'm a hugger. That's just the way it is. I didn't hug everybody here because there were some new folks, and I can show restraint. So I did some handshakes to some new folks here, and I want to, yeah, you're welcome. Just show of hands for the folks in the room, and also a show of digital hands so that we can also test whether digital hands can go up. First time that you've ever encountered this Watershed University thing. First time. So the rest of you have been here before and are part of this. This is great. So welcome back to those of you who are, oh, good. And I see I see a lot of hands going up, first time attendees in the virtual. Thank you very much for being here. And we really want you to use the medium that you have at your fingertips. So if you're out there in the ether sphere, then use chat. If you're here, use eye contact and say, let's talk to each other about the break, and use the sticky notes. In fact, I have an icebreaker planned for you. But let me just tell you why I'm actually standing here. Really excited that we worked together. Rachel, who you'll meet later in the agenda, but we worked together way back in 2020. Remember 2020? With a little bit of a chagrin. We were planning a Watershed University in California, and in March, it was a Friday, March 13th. I remember it distinctly. We all took our laptops and all went home. Like, we don't know what's going on, but we'll let you know. And on Monday, it was like, don't come back. This thing called COVID has hit, and we are going to be adjusting. And we had been planning an April 22nd, April 21st and April 22nd, we had planned for a Watershed University in person. And I just want to come in. Oh, Debbie, good to see you. See you going for hugs. Fuck. You're a hugger. Yeah, good to see you, Debbie. We came back. We came together for a coffee, and we said, we can do this. And we turned it into a very successful virtual event. And I just want to say it's given me a whole lot of inspiration. So it's really cool to be back in Watershed University land. It's really great to be over the hill here. We had, of course, the precip that hit us in the last 3 days kind of suggested we needed to stay on the west side of the Sierra, but we were like, no, we're coming over. So we came over the hill to be here in person in Carson City, and I'm glad to be back. I facilitate a lot of meetings for the Corps of Engineers, and I'm going to facilitate this icebreaker with you. And we'll see what happens. It's a big experiment. I want to get an audio check from Samaj so that we can hear a voice.
Bobby Lima Charlie.
Awesome. Great. And you have a video that's queued up. I don't need you to play it just yet, but I want to verify, thumbs up, that you're able and ready to hit go when I say go. Great. Thumbs up. So for all of you in the room, grab the sticky notes that are in front of you. And if you don't have sticky notes, I have some more. This is going to be a timed event. I'm going to give you 3 minutes. Just grab a handful of sticky notes and a pen. I'm going to give you 3 minutes, and everybody in Ethersphere, I want you to grab a piece of paper, a blank piece of paper, and I want you to grab a pen. And in 3 minutes, and I will time this, 3 minutes, I'd like you to draw. Not using English, because hey, we're going to be inclusive, and maybe there are people that don't speak English. So draw, if you will. And here's the thing, for the sticky notes, I want one node, one moment, one image, and then if the next image to share, how to make toast. Toast, meaning like the bread thing that gets burnt or not. I'm going to start the timer in about 10 seconds to give everybody time to grab their piece of paper, their pen, or the stickies. One node per sticky for you in the room, one big piece of paper for everyone else. You have 3 minutes. Go.
Okay. See.
If you want, you can, but you only have 3 minutes. Type in chat is what we're doing to make sure that people that come in late, they know what we're doing, why there's no audio. 1 minute has passed. 2 minutes remaining.
Factories who have to make the little drawings to make it.
So this is very IKEA. Yeah.
Does it automatically follow me around?
Should I just type? Yeah, 1 minute.
Okay, coming up on 2 minutes. You have 1 minute remaining. I saw you there for a second. I see a camera that's moving around. Okay, good. Hey,
There we go.
good. Say about 30 seconds here. And apologies to Eric Simmons. It might, I might infringe 1 minute into your start, but I'm going to ask for, I'm going to apologize ahead of time. Only a few more seconds, and Samaj, you're welcome.
I'm done drawing.
Good.
Thanks, Under.
Keep drawing.
Me too. Eric.
I'll never know that you're cheating past 3 minutes because you're out there. So don't turn on your camera, and that's, I'll never know.
I'll text you a photo.
Good. Well, that was what I was going to say next. You're coming up last 10 seconds, and Samaj, if you'll cue the video, everybody in the room, you're invited to stand up and use a space if you want to organize all of your drawings or not. It's challenge by choice. For those of you in the ethersphere, you're invited to turn on your video camera, your webcam, and show us your pictures or not, or take a picture of it and put it in chat as an image or not, whatever. It's all challenge by choice. But I'd like you to go ahead and play this video because I want to talk about how we make simplicity out of complexity for the people that we are trying to reach. My passion is education and outreach, and flood risk outreach is difficult and it's complex. So let's figure out all the creative ways to make that simple for people to understand. Let's watch this together, 8 minutes.
That helps people understand and solve complex problems. And like many of these design exercises, it kind of seems trivial at first, but under deep inspection, it turns out that it reveals unexpected truths about the way that we collaborate and make sense of things. The exercise has 3 parts and it begins with something that we all know how to do, which is how to make toast. It begins with a clean sheet of paper, a felt marker, and without using any words, you begin to draw how to make toast. And most people draw something like this. They draw a loaf of bread, which is sliced, put into a toaster. The toaster is then deposited, force of time. It pops up, and then voila, after 2 minutes, toast and happiness. Now, over the years, I've collected many hundreds of drawings of these toasts, and some of them are very good because they really illustrate the toast-making process quite clearly. And then there are some that are, well, not so good. Like really short, because you don't know what they're trying to say. Under close inspection, some reveal some aspects of toast making while hiding others. So there's some that's all about the toast, right? And there's all about the transformation of toast. And there's others that are all about the toaster, okay? And the engineers love to draw the mechanics of this. And then there are others that are about people. You know, it's about visualizing the experience that people have. And then there are others that are about the supply chain of making toast that goes all the way back to the store. It goes through the supply chain networks of teleportation and all the way back to the field and wheat. And that one actually goes all the way back to the Big Bang. So it's crazy stuff. But I think it's obvious that even though these drawings are really wildly different, they share a common quality. And I'm wondering if you can see it. Do you see it? What's common about these? So most drawings have nodes and links. So nodes represent the tangible objects like the toaster and people, and links represent the connections between the nodes. And it's the combination of links and nodes that produces a full systems model. It makes our private mental models visible about how we think something works. So that's the value of these things. And what's interesting about these systems models is how they reveal our various points of view. So for example, Americans make toast with a toaster. That seems obvious. Whereas many Europeans make toast with a frying pan, of course. And many students make toast with a fire. I don't really understand this. A lot of MBA students do this. So you can measure the complexity by counting the number of nodes, and the average illustration has between 4 and 8 nodes. At less than that, the drawing seems trivial, but it's quick to understand. And more than 13, the drawing produces a feeling of map shock. It's too complex. So the sweet spot is between 5 and 13. So if you want to communicate something visually, have between 5 and 13 nodes in your diagram. So though we may not be skilled at drawing, the point is that we intuitively know how to break down complex things into simple things and then bring them back together again. So this brings us to our second part of the exercise, which is how to make toast, but now with sticky notes or with cards. So what happens then? Well, with cards, most people tend to draw clear, more detailed, and more logical notes. You can see the step-by-step analysis that takes place. And as they build up their model, they move their nodes around, kind of rearranging them like Lego blocks. Now, though this might seem trivial, it's actually really important. This rapid iteration of expressing and then reflecting and analyzing is really the only way in which we get clarity. It's the essence of the design process. And system theorists do tell us that the ease with which we can change a representation correlates to our willingness to improve the.
Hey,
Uh-oh.
wait. I need you
Good.
to show me
Commercial
the
breaks. You get for free.
Word document PDF again.
Seriously,
Okay.
you know, it'd
Yeah.
be faster if I.
So sticky note systems are not only more fluid, they generally produce way more nodes than static drawings. The drawings are much richer. And this brings us to our third part of the exercise, which is to draw how to make toast, but this time in a group. So what happens then? Well, here's what happens. It starts out messy, and then it gets really messy, and then it gets messier. But as people refine the models, the best nodes become more prominent, and with each iteration, the model becomes clearer, and because people build on top of each other's ideas. What emerges is a unified systems model that integrates the diversity of everyone's individual points of view. And so that's a really different outcome from what usually happens in meetings, isn't it? So these drawings can contain 20 or more nodes, but participants don't feel map shock because they participate in the building of their models themselves. Now, what's also really interesting that the groups spontaneously mix and add additional layers of organization to it. To deal with contradictions, for example, they add branching patterns and parallel patterns. Oh, by the way, if they do it in complete silence, they do it much better and much more quickly. Really interesting. Talking gets in the way. So here's some key lessons that can emerge from this. First, drawing helps us understand the situations as systems with nodes and the relationships. Movable cards produce better systems models because we iterate much more fluidly. And then the group notes produce the most comprehensive models because we synthesize several points of view. So that's interesting. When people work together under the right circumstances, group models are much better than individual models. And so this approach works really great for drawing how to make toast. But what if you wanted to draw something more relevant or pressing, like your organizational vision or customer experience or long-term sustainability?
Floodplain mapping.
Visual revolution that's taking place as more organizations are addressing their wicked problems by collaboratively drawing them out. And I'm convinced that those who see their world as movable nodes and links really have an edge.
And Samaj, you're welcome to end this here
Question, you collect.
and just say, he goes on in the last couple minutes to talk about his facilitation, and you can find him online, TED Talk, about just having toast, just for fun. Thank you for having fun with this. I hope it was fun and not painful and not emotionally damaging anyway. Simple, but complex, right? And so At the break, if you want to compare notes to try to come up with one simple systems model for how to make toast, great, it's up to you. But what I want to do is just plant the seed to say, we're all here to try to help ourselves be better prepared to communicate. And if there are any ways that I can help with doing that today or anytime you want me to come and help with that, this is the kind of stuff that I'm really passionate about. Today we're gonna hear, as you see from the agenda, Eric, you're up on deck here in just a second, and Debbie, great to see you. Lindsay and Jamie, Peter Slater and Matthew Herman, Christine, Tim, great to see you again. Rachel and Lindsay and I drove over the hill together, so I got a really deep dive into what we're going to experience at the end here with an hour-long experience with how this technology can help us. So I'm going to step off the stage, but if there's anything I can do to help move it forward, let me know. Eric, it's great to see you again. Floor is yours.
Great, thank you, Hunter. That was interesting. I reflect back on my own FEMA experiences and having a nice wire chart of flood mapping and expanding on that and trying to make it more complicated as an engineer. So it's super to be here today to talk to some familiar faces and new ones and reflect a little bit on flood mapping. Happy to kick this off and have to add in that I'm no longer with FEMA. So with all that's happened at the federal side the last year, I left FEMA and I've gone back to consulting after 20 years. So happy to compare and contrast those. A couple of people have asked me how is it different, the public sector versus work for a private consulting, and I'll try to touch upon that in this presentation, but mostly talk just flood mapping general, FEMA experience, and where things may go. So thanks. I think Lindsay, you may be driving the slides here. We can hit the next one, and please add into the chat or take notes, questions. So always happy to talk about specifics for your community. And what I wanted to cover here, these 5 items, really just talk about data and tools, technology, hit on one good example project in Nevada, and FEMA has an initiative called Future of Flood Risk Data that they'll cover. So not much time for me today, but I'm going to go pretty quick and just wanted to emphasize the bottom part there, how if we're addressing floodplain management or flood risk management, having accurate mapping is really the foundation of all the strategies, whether we're trying to control the flood, build away and build safe in areas, or consider the environmental and other aspects of flood risk. So the next slide is just an older slide that really talks about where FEMA's been the last 20 years with its risk map program and projects to update the flood mapping, really addressing gaps in that data. And that's been a focus in the Carson and Truckee basins, trying to understand risks, trying to promote mitigation actions. FEMA, at least before this last year, worked in coordination and tried to modernize that. And really, the map is just a tool. It's not going to show you exactly where the water is going to go in the next flood, but it's an important tool. So going to the next slide, what is the most important aspect and data that drives that mapping, whether it's for FEMA or a private project or other aspect? And it's really topographic data. And it's been cool in my career the last 30 years to see how LiDAR has been the foundation for that data. And now almost everywhere we have good topographic data. So I throw a link there about on USGS's data center. FEMA's been a big proponent of this, funded a lot of this data in Nevada, and it's very, very good and useful. And the next slide tries to highlight how this makes a difference. So here's a flood zone digitized about 20 years ago, pretty simplistic, in or out, kind of, you look at these flood zones and shows shows a smooth boundary. But if you look at the next, click one more time, and here in the Carson Valley, where we have a new study based on really detailed data, you can really see the differences of where water is likely to go and not go. And that makes a difference for our flood mitigation. It makes a difference for permitting, insurance, really all aspects. And the next slide, just a quick highlight of where this data is on FEMA side, whether it's more images or GIS data. The Map Service Center is that portal. It doesn't have everything, doesn't have the modeling. And I do throw a link there in the bottom of FEMA's National Flood Hazard Layer Map Viewer. So most of these images in Nevada that I've put in this presentation are the National Flood Hazard Layer. So it's viewable to all, free. Sometimes it's down for maintenance for an afternoon or things like that, but a good link to have. So the next slide, looking at where we've been and where we're going, 2D modeling is a big plus, is a tool that helps us really understand where water is going to go during a major flood, and has a lot of aspects to improve our understanding, whether it's visualizations or depth grids, velocity, and it's been a challenge to get to where we are with old rules and regulations. And in my previous work with FEMA, there's been some guidance to help go there. And I think this is best seen with a case study. So the next slide is talking about the Carson Valley and Carson River in general, and the work that's been done in partnership for over a decade. Really some bleeding edge analysis, very detailed modeling using the RAS software as it's evolved. And it's been over 10 years since HEC RAS has that 2D analysis capacity. And this is one of the first FEMA studies, large FEMA studies that used unsteady HEC RAS. Also had levees, also had regulatory floodway remapping, a lot of outreach and public involvement, and it went in effect for flood insurance purposes last year. So Carson Valley is part of the bigger Carson study for 5 counties, 2 states, and it's definitely a very valuable tool for floodplain management, for planning purposes, safer building, not just insurance. So a good highlight of where things are today, but also where they could go. And this study used HEC RAS. So next slide, kind of looking at the public versus private. Lots of software options, but it's important to realize, and one thing that kind of maybe has been surprising to me, being now in a private consultant, the tools, the software are actually pretty similar, are mostly the same, whether you're working on the public sector or private consulting. So I wanted to highlight that. But there's a lot of other tools that is going to change how things are, and that's the next slide. And looking forward to the AI presentation later today. But FEMA isn't there looking at future conditions like climate-informed studies, even though there's been some pilots, or more dynamic modeling, considering not just 2D, but 3D, or changes over time, sedimentation, things like that. But the next couple slides that I wanted to cover is where FEMA is doing a lot of talking. And if I was a betting person, we're talking Nevada, where things may go in the future is this Future of Flood Risk Data Initiative. And it's something FEMA's been looking at for a number of years. And it's driven by several aspects of the need to not just have an in or out determination like the special flood hazard area and outside the special flood hazard area, but looking at really communicating risk better in terms of multiple frequencies, supporting safer development, whether it's ASE 24-24 and higher standards, looking at not just a flood elevation, but it could be velocities or how long it may flood. And again, the key though is not just focusing on the 1% annual chance flood, but a broad range of frequencies. So the next slide is a graphic trying to explain that. 2D modeling will be used more and having even better benefits in the future. I heard last week HEC released RAS 7.0, so that's a big step up, especially looking at pipe flow and maybe more urban areas. But having good modeling that understands that rainfall runoff, how it could interact with regulations like reservoirs or flood control, and not just what is prone to flooding, but what are the impacts? What's the consequence? What's the loss of life? So that evolution will continue. The next slide is another graphic from the FFRD initiative, kind of trying to communicate that, looking at those different layers, looking at, again, not just the 1% annual chance flood. And I'm going pretty quick to ensure we have time for questions, so hope you're chatting and writing those down. But the last couple slides, again, being asked, how are things a little bit different in the private versus public? I tried to put this in a chart. Being an engineer, I think that way sometimes, but the differences between risk map, let's say the last 15 years of FEMA's work, and this future approach is really all about the data. Risk map tried to be selective in working with certain communities and developing detailed data for flooding sources, known gaps. This FFRD could be more broad-based, national scale, not as rigorous, but still good modeling. And that would take time, but it's something to keep an eye out and think. It's also, again, multiple frequencies. It's not just riverine, but it could be coastal or alluvial. And then that rain on grid modeling has a lot of data that's pluvial. Pluvial meaning small drainage areas, kind of stormwater, things that typically have not been mapped by FEMA, but having a rain on grid model would make that data available. Here now on the private sector and consulting, the work that's done is very much driven by the clients. So if there's a county or city developing a need, that data is going to be dependent on what's required in that study. So just some differences, and it's worth, and kind of my last slide, one more slide here, is there's a lot of data out there from different sources. Important to realize that some of that's on publicly available websites like Zillow and real estate agent websites. And that catastrophic modeling has uses, is beneficial, but is sometimes overly simplistic, could be too coarse for what is needed. So using the right tool for the job is important, and understanding how that is, it can make our jobs a little more difficult when poor data is communicated and we have to explain that. But there's a lot of different data sets out there, so it's good to be aware of that, and realize there could be unintended consequences for poor data, and it's important to understand that. So those are the slides I just wanted to kind of quickly highlight and kick off our presentations today. I'm happy to take questions now or later. get me by chat. The last slide has my email address. So, please contact me with your flood mapping needs and concerns, and realize that this unusual time on the federal side, especially with FEMA staff have often been directed not to reply to questions or emails or return phone calls. So that's a difficult situation for some of them. But happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Great job.
I hope you're there you go. I'm seeing some digital applause. Go straight into our next presentation. I think Debbie, are you
Sure, we're ready to roll.
queued up and ready to roll? If you
Ready
don't,
to-
you're welcome to present from where you're sitting. You're welcome to stand if you'd like to stand. We do have a camera.
Would you be able to see me somewhere?
If you stand on the far side of the screen,
Right here.
right there, we can see you.
Okay, well, Lindsay Udia and myself will be giving this presentations, and we're just talking about mapping non-regulatory flood hazards in the Carson River watershed and what we're trying to do with that. It really, Eric's presentation is a great segue into that because what we have been trying to do in the Carson River watershed started with that river modeling that we did. So next slide, please. I always like to give a little bit of context, and this is from one of my favorite books from UNR, which I want to recommend to everybody. It's called Traveling America's Loneliest Road, a geologic, natural history tour through Nevada along US Highway 95. So as you travel through, it gives you points and you can just know what you're looking at instead of being like, I'm in this desolate place. You can be like, wow, look at those old calderas. So I just wanted to kind of talk about the many alluvial fans and the flooding that occurs as a result of them. And so if you see this schematic, it turns out Nevada has the most mountain ranges in the entire continental United States. You'll see that there's a reason we're called the Basin and Range in the Great Basin, because we have these basins and ranges for the high desert. And so this just is a great schematic. Next slide, please. And so how does that look? Well, these were taken when I was out hiking in Dixie Valley. One of the favorite things I love to do is drive east, turn right down a dirt road, follow some little trail up into the mountains and hike. And so that's kind of what we had done here, and we hiked to the top. And so all across that whole schematic of those basin and range, this is what you're going to find. And of course, these valleys, this one is wide open. But what happens when you start building houses in there? And as I've seen over the course of my life, there'll be one house. And of course, when there's a big flood, that's not a problem. They can leave the house. Hopefully they didn't build it right at the bottom of, there's a big wash here. I think it's called it ends up in the Gabbs Wash, but it's in Dixie Valley. And so moving on, the next slide, please. And so I just wanted to call out a great study that the Army Corps did for us, since we're here with Silver Jackets. We had done the Johnson Lane Area Drainage Master Plan and the North Dayton Area Drainage Master Plan and realized we don't even know how many alluvial fans we have in our watershed, which ones are active versus inactive. And then we had a second study that called out a few of the fans in Douglas and Carson City to determine, are there some that are high hazard, and what do we need to do about that? And so that was a great study. And also through the FEMA Cooperating Technical Partners Grant, we found out that we could study these alluvial fan areas to try to find the best solutions. And so that data, and some of the uses, if I'll call out Tom and Douglas County and how the counties use that. So they now have kind of an inventory of where flood is occurring, where it's not occurring. It's helped them. These studies also include a component where they look at possible alternatives to mitigate that flood and kind of do a 15% design of how they can kind of move forward on mitigation. And Douglas County has used that information on their long road show of trying to get a stormwater utility and fund it. And so at this point, the Douglas County commissioners have, they created, well, let me move back. The staff created a stormwater master plan so that they can lay out all these projects, a lot of them identified in these area drainage master plans, and use those to kind of make a plan for the entire county. And so, you know, by providing that data, they were able to say, okay, now we have a plan. And so now they've been able to get their stormwater utility approved. They're currently working on the funding portion of that. And so by having that data and saying, these are all the areas of risk, and this is what we could do about it, but we don't have any money. And this is what we're doing now, maintaining what we have just barely. And if you want us to actually do something to reduce risk, we can implement these projects, but we need some money. And so that's kind of where we're at now. And so as we started to develop this, the next step became to create a web hazard viewer, because these are basically, I think from a FEMA point of view, correct me if I'm wrong, Eric, these are preliminary data. You know, it provides the H&H, hydrology and hydraulics, and does some flood mapping, but they're not regulatory. But they've been really handy projects, not only in the CIP, in making their plans, each community making their plans for how they're going to do their projects, but also to communicate risk. And so next slide. And so basically, the background of this study, we had been kind of working through areas that the communities, and just so you know how CWSD does our risk studies, we work with each of the counties. They develop projects that they'd like to see get funded. And so then we would apply to FEMA and then, you know, have what's called a charter meeting, and then decide, okay, which projects seem most likely to get funded and how can we move forward on this? And then we would get them funded. And then the county is the technical lead. We're the project managers. So layman's terms, I say we do the dirty work and they do the less dirty work. And so from there, so we started having this library of these studies. And so the counties had, they wanted to be able to house that data. And of the 6 counties in the Carson River Watershed, only 2 have GIS departments. And so by having the web viewer be watershed wide, all of the counties could take advantage of it. And so it was completed in 2020. And then we have a 3-year contract. It was housed on Michael Baker's website. And then in 2024, we're like, well, should we renew the contract? So we started meeting with the stakeholders and realized, oh, they've had so much turnover. I think only 1 county realized it was available and how to use it. But they still wanted to continue. So we were able, the first iteration of the hazard viewer was paid for by FEMA through the cooperating technical partners. And then after this big stakeholder process and letters from each of the counties saying they really do want it. Next slide, please. We went ahead and updated the tool. And so basically we use local funds. And I wanted to make a note because we had this big thing where we forgot to tell everybody, oh yeah, when we moved it to CWSD, instead of being housed on Michael Baker, the website changed. And so basically we now have this tool and it's used It's primarily, hopefully, used by the counties to be able, when someone comes in, to say, hey, this is where your risk is. But it's also used because Lyon County and Story County, they actually, Lyon County adopts them into the hazard mitigation plan and says you need to look at this before you build things in our county. And you have to implement those into, if you're going to build a subdivision, can't just pretend like there's not going to be water. And so that's been really handy for them. And then like Story County adopts it by their board. And so it becomes also kind of the same thing where, you know, you have to think about water before you build things. And so the idea is to save money by mitigating upfront because, you know, I'm speaking to the choir. We all know that for every dollar you spend on flood mitigation, you're going to save 7 in a flood. And so that's kind of the ideas of this. It's a communication tool to let folks know that there is risk and where is it at. And I know Story County, Kathy Canfield, has given the example that sometimes she'll use it. Somebody will come in and say, hey, I want to build a shed on my 1 acre, 5 acre parcel. You know, do you have any thoughts or rules about how to do that? And they'll, you know, she'll pull up the viewer and say, well, you're thinking of building it on this piece of property is actually the channel, but if you build it over here on this corner, then, you know, you're going to be free and clear. And so that's, you know, the hope that we hope this is how it is being used. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Miss Lindsay or Mrs. Lindsay, and she's going to give us a tour of the web viewer.
Thanks, Debbie. You really teed me up good for that. I'm just gonna preface by saying I woke up this morning with a little bit of a cold, so please bear with me. My voice may be a little shaky, but I am really happy to walk through this and demonstrate for you guys because this is a really great tool, and I think that a lot can come from it. So first, I would like to. I'm going to turn off my camera just because my little Chromebook is running and I don't want to confuse it too much. So hopefully that everything comes across well on your side. So I'm going to start sharing here. And let's go here. Are you guys able to see my screen?
It looks like it's slowly coming up.
Almost
It's
waiting. And just a second.
It'll take a minute.
It's all good.
You need some jazz again.
Do the Jeopardy music.
Smash got cuter.
It's thinking still. So far, we have a black screen.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll try again.
One more time.
This is not necessarily how I was going to do things this morning, but hopefully this works out. If not, we'll figure it out here.
See LB in the middle of the screen.
Dun, 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 dun.
I think it might be taking a minute.
Technology is great until it's not.
Then it's digital stress.
Yeah, then it's digital stress.
Do we have her slides?
Yeah, you have my slides, but I was gonna originally do screenshots, but you know what I can do? Maybe we can just have a video. So essentially what I was going to do is take you guys through each of different scenarios because there is, like Debbie said, a whole bunch of different scenarios in which you can use the flood hazard viewer. So let's see if I can do, I might just talk to you guys here, share my slides.
Pull it up on yours. Can you pull it up on yours? Like the
Well, we can ask. We got to go back to the slide and type it in.
You know, this wasn't a part of our dry run, guys.
digital stress part. Lindsay did.
Would you like me to access this slide deck?
Go to cws.org.
Actually, if you can access that, the hyperlink that's in that slide.
You can put them in the chat.
There it is. Boom. So people can actually go and live try it out. Their live demo.
Yeah, you guys can do that as a live demo if you'd like.
So Lindsay, I thought maybe we could try to go to that place. Are you able to do that or?
The internet won't let me, but I've chatted it to Samaj.
Okay, let's see, Samaj. Let's see if,
How quick can you get on it, Samaj?
I gotta get out of here without messing up Lindsay's computer.
I have it pulled up. Let's see if it'll
All
let me.
right, perfect.
Oh,
Yay!
Samaj has it.
Awesome.
Cool. So what you guys see in front of you right here is what happens when you go to floodhazardviewer.cwsd.org. In the beginning, it will show you the contact of all your county staff, Alpine County, Carson City, Churchill County, Douglas County, Lion Story, which is all part of the Carson River watershed. You'll have to agree to the terms and conditions on the left-hand side, and on that screen is a user guide that can point you to the direction of all the different scenarios that we'll be going over today. So what you're seeing right now is the Carson River watershed, and all of those outlines right there is the studies that we have done and then inputted into this flood hazard viewer. Let's see, I can give you a specific address to type in if you can. Samaj, I believe, is the one that's doing this. If you go 50 4th Avenue,
Wait,
there's a space between 50 and 4. Perfect. Dayton, Nevada. Yep, that one right there. It will take us to the United States Postal Service in Dayton, which if you scroll in right there, you can see the yellow dot, and it'll show you where your parcel is right there. Perfect. It's going to take a little bit of time on my side, but there, it can bring you to whatever parcel number or specific address that you have. And if there is developers building in an area, specifically like this subdivision in this area of interest, you can actually view the study data. So if you look on the right-hand side, you can see those tabs at the top, up, yep, there. And if you go over to the file looking one for select study, 1, 2, 3 over. This is kind of fun because we're doing it like if I was telling you how to do it on your computer. All right, so
third from the
third
left.
from the left. Yeah. A little bit over more. Third from the left. You
Your
have your
other
3
left.
drop down.
There it is.
There we go. Select study. There we go. I'm just going to do this since I know, and for brevity of time, since I was baffling around with technology this morning, that this is in the area of the Gold Canyon Area Drainage Master Plan. So the second one down, the Dayton Valley Area Drainage Master Plan. Yep, Gold Canyon right there. If you select that study, it will populate, and hopefully it'll give you an easy time once it thinks a little bit, and it should show the specific flood hazard areas. So the loaded study area shall come up. There you go. And so if you scroll down in there, you can see that there is a study done. Obviously, there's specific depths. If you scroll into the U.S. Postal Service down there, you can see what the different depths are around that property.
So zoom in again, please.
Yep. There we go. Awesome.
It's a little minute.
I mean, it's a lot of data in this specific ArcGIS, and actually it populates a lot faster now than it did historically on the other one. But there's a lot of data in this, so it does populate pretty slowly, but it's actually extremely helpful if you give it the time. A little bit grainy. But anyways, you can see that there's a lot of different flood data here, and you can actually download that data, and it should come up with that top tab that you accessed earlier for select study data.
Which I think you have to zoom back out to get.
To. You know, what's really funny is like when you're trying to do all of this stuff and then it populates on your screen and it doesn't populate on other people's screen, and then you can go and tell the person who did it that it's not working correctly. But anyways, on that top ribbon, it's going to show there's going to be a download data tab at the top, and you can actually download all of that HEC-RAS data to yourself, and that developer can either use that information to input for their models or, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And I know it's going to go really, really slow here. So essentially, it will work better than that. I think I'm just cursing myself this morning. Since I'm sick, everything wants to be a little bit more difficult than it would be. However, so that's scenario number one, and this will all be accessible on our PowerPoint presentation that we're going to upload both onto the CWSD website and actually give the Army Corps as well to give to everybody at the end of this. It will have all the updated links to our website and an updated link to that user guide, which will give you a 2-minute video on how to actually do all of the different types of scenarios that are mentioned today. So another one of the scenarios that I was hoping to go over today, or that would be useful, and I might just talk through it since it's being a little difficult, is that if you have individuals interested in viewing a property with a flood model overlay and checking against those flooded model values. So Eric Simmons earlier did demonstrate and did a really good job at showing all of the different flood hazard views that you can get on the NFIP website. And the flood hazard viewer there, but we also have that as a layer in this specific model. So you, as well as the local area drainage master plans, you can see how that fits with the flood hazard viewer from FEMA. And then scenario number 3, individuals in creating a marked up map to include in communication, which this tool can be extremely helpful when you're talking about trying to walk the public through, you know, what we're seeing on our side as planners and community planners and people who, you know, talk about flood outreach all the time. And one really cool thing that you can do is you can either highlight a specific polygon with their address, type in a chat box, and then actually print that out and give to them. For example, when Debbie was talking about Kathy Canfield talking about a shed on a specific person's property, you can outline where they want their shed and show them that, well, during the 25-year storm, that's going to have 2 feet of water on it. And so they would have to plan for that. So I'm sorry that this specific demonstration isn't going the way I wanted. If you guys want to walk through, I could do a Teams with you and I can walk it through on my work computer. I could do, you know, just chat with you on the phone, but I highly, highly recommend you guys going through on your own and kind of playing in it for a while, because there's a lot of different cool functions that it has that even I haven't figured all of the cool things that it can do, but it can be really practical when doing outreach, or at least when you're talking with developers and kind of leveraging that for your community. So again, I apologize that technology is not my friend today, but in our presentation, there's several links to the user guide and to the flood hazard viewer for you guys to access on your own time. And then if you have any additional questions, Debbie and I are here. You can give us a call, you can email us, and we'd be happy to walk you through it. So thank you so much for Smaj going through that and showing that. Wish it was a little bit different, but our contact information is on the slide that you can reach out. Thanks, everyone.
Well, and I also want to mention that when you get to that landing page, when you open the user guide, I mean, at least go through that once a year, or if you use this, but it has embedded videos about how to use each feature. Like if you want to use, if you want to find velocities and depths, you can do that. And so you can scroll through the user guide and be like, okay, it's been a month since I did this. So you can go through that user guide and just review the little video and instructions about how to do it. And she gives you a demo. And so refer to that user guide if you need it. And yeah, like Lindsay said, if you need to find something and you're not quite sure how to do it, give us a call or email us and we can help you find that data. And the other thing to mention is that we are going to be putting the next 2 studies on. We have funding. So in our board approval, we have funding to add the data for the next 2 studies that that we are doing through the CTP program. So that's the Gold Canyon study and the South Silver Springs. But if the counties and jurisdictions want to add data, we have a little write-up that Michael Baker did that said, if you want to format the data, and we're actually going to be working on learning how to do this in-house at CWSD so that it can be uploaded. And it costs like $1,200 that way, if there's something you want to show on this viewer. And so, and then if Michael Baker does it and formats it, then it costs like $6,000. And so, you know, if you're finding, or if you need your community to have more data on there, that's part of this, is that it's always growing. And we want the communities to know that if there's something that would be helpful for them, to have the data there so that they can use it as a communication tool, then just reach out.
Thank you, Debbie. And thank you, Samaj, for being the student driver with the hands on the steering wheel.
Hi, Jamie.
So big thanks to that for the pivot. I hope you're feeling better, Lindsay. Hi, Jamie.
Spell it out to you.
Hey there, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. Hi Hunter. It's been a minute since we've connected. So how are you doing?
Doing great. It's awesome
Good.
to see you.
Yeah, well thanks for having us. Here, I'm gonna pull up my slides here. Let's see, I'm just gonna try this and see if it works. It's so cool to see all of the fun things that are going on in our neighboring states, and two, just around the country with all of the flood data that everyone's developing. But very cool. And you're probably going to see some like items here. So so let's see here. I'll get this started here. So hi everybody. My name is Jamie Huff. I am the CTP, or the Cooperating Technical Partner, for the state of Utah. So our flood mapping program lies within the State Division of Emergency Management. And, you know, we perform all of these flood studies, you know, that not only Eric talked about earlier on, but also what Debbie and all the great work that they're doing in Carson Watershed. We do that all across our state in Utah. And we have very similar features, topographic features within each of the states. So really excited to share just some tools today. I'm not, you know, we, like Debbie's group does, we do a lot. We do all the flood mapping, alluvial fan mapping. We're dabbling into post-fire studies now. We've started doing those. But I'm going to focus on one tool today that was asked to talk about. So but we are uniquely, I think, located. Our program is in our Division of Emergency Management. Not everyone across the state or across the nation has the mapping program within emergency management, and also our National Flood Insurance Program is also in emergency management. Typically, it's in a water resources group, but we're uniquely located with our mitigation section and within our response, you know, obviously emergency response and hazard response folks. So we kind of have, in my opinion, there are a couple of states that do this too, but I think we're pretty uniquely located within our emergency management section, and we're kind of a one-stop shop for hazards. So kind of neat to be around. So I was asked today to talk a little bit about alluvial fans. So like I said, we do the gamut and perform studies, but alluvial fans, we share your features. And Deb talked about basin and range. We are on the east side of that, so we also share that. So we, you know, when I first started in this position several years ago, we really didn't know the breadth of what we were dealing with alluvial fans. So very much like what the Carson Watershed did, we went through and identified or performed a statewide inventory of where these features are located. And the reason being is because when we were looking at some of our older flood maps, because we too still have some 1980s paper awful maps that we're trying to update. But we have those maps, and a lot of our alluvial fans are not actually designated as alluvial fans, but they're shown as a zone A with what you would call like the shape of a fan. And so we were always left questioning whether or not that was an actual fan or not, or if it was a true, zone A, riverine zone A. So we went around and performed a study. We contracted with J.E. Fuller. They're some of you probably know this group here. They're fantastic. And we identified, went across the state and looked at geology maps and had site visits. Well, they did, performed all the tough work to identify where all these alluvial fans are located within our state, so we can then focus on what to do next. Unfortunately, our state is very large, just like Nevada, and we also have tribal lands and federal lands, and so we only focused on the private lands of this study. So kind of hone it down a little bit, because we do share topographic features all across the state. But we wanted to know where these fans were located that needed to be studied a little bit further. And what this study kind of showed was that we have just on the private lands, again, this is, I'm going to show you a map here in a second of where they're located, but just on the private lands, and they identified over 4,000 of them. So there's a lot. And so what we want to do is, and what we are doing is utilizing this study and this information that was developed in order to start conversations with communities, because some of our alluvial fans are developed, especially in our more populated areas, where it wasn't mapped, so they didn't know that it was a risk at the time. And a good vast majority of them are undeveloped. So how can we communicate with communities now, either to preserve the fan or possibly, take steps to mitigate it, or, build appropriately, down the road in the future. So that's what we're using this for. And we consider this, in the mapping terms, this study is what we call a non-regulatory study. So they're not automatically placed on a FEMA flood insurance rate map. But we do have those conversations with communities on whether or not they do want to study it in detail and then ultimately place it on a flood insurance rate map in the future. So we've gotten some mixed feedback from communities. Some do, some don't, but we do leave it up to the community, and then certainly give the background data to them so they can use it for non-regulatory purposes or planning purposes if they decide not to. But it's really been helpful to identify mitigation opportunities for specific areas. So we too have developed a alluvial fan study to figure out where these fans are, and this is kind of just a quick view of where our private land fans are. It's I don't know if you can see my cursor, but it's all of these little yellow areas all across the state. And then if you overlay it onto, we have GIS data that was provided to us, so we could map these geologic features and provide it to communities and say, hey, look, you've got a historic fan right here. Let's talk about what's happened, and what can be done maybe about it in the future. So what the meat of what I wanted to share with you today is, because again, this is a Silver Jackets meeting, I wanted to share with you one of the books, community guides that we've put together. So now that we have this study, this alluvial fan study, and we bring it to communities, a lot of times in the past, communities have said, well, what do we do now? This guidebook that was developed was hopefully helping address some of those questions. Obviously, it's not going to answer everything, but I wanted to at least provide a place to start, or a jump start to the conversation. So we kind of focus on the risk, what it is. It explains to communities that may not even know they have an alluvial fan, what it is, what it means, and provides some opportunities for mitigation ideas and discussions. So again, this guidebook was developed through the Silver Jackets program, so we're very excited to kind of share this with you guys. So our contents in it are, what an alluvia fan is. I think I just mentioned this. How a city official or community official can identify visually the hazard. And I was kind of chuckling a little bit when Deb was talking about showing the images. I think it looks a spit image of a very similar fan. It's just in our state, not Nevada. So it looks very similar. So kind of neat to see, but you can clearly see it. Like if you're driving on the road and you look up towards the mountain, you'd be like, oh, there's your fan. So yeah, so it kind of shares a little bit of how to identify the hazards and the importance of having a risk assessment tied to that hazard or the fan, because we do know there's flooding, there's debris, there's all these other hazards that are associated with fans. So we wanted to kind of explain that to communities in a simplified way. And then wanted to talk about some examples of techniques, both structural techniques that they can think about or non-structural techniques that they can consider as well to address the alluvial fans. And then what we did, which I think is kind of unique, is we attempted to at least provide an example of how much it would cost and how much maintenance requirements would be needed for each of the mitigation techniques. So, and I'll share with you some examples in a minute, but it's not an all-encompassing list of mitigation techniques, but at least the goal is just to get the conversation started on what they can do. So here's kind of a quick couple of ideas and examples of the ideas that are posted within the booklet here. This is, enhancing the channels. Some of our alluvial fans aren't incised as inherently the alluvial fan is, but there are techniques and processes that a community can undertake, either through maybe they have funds. Not many do, but some have considered using in-house funds to perform some mitigative techniques, or it's ideas to look for grants. But we give them some examples. We give them a definition of what it is, the function of it, how it can be used, and some design considerations, and then obviously some maintenance issues or considerations as well. And then these, the dollar ranges. So when they're looking at these ideas, a community can look at, the dollar range. It could be maybe not free and maybe not cheap, all the way up to, this is probably your most expensive mitigative technique, like a debris basin or something. And then these are kind of subjective, but using, past experience. But and then how much mitigation or maintenance is going to be required to maintain that specific feature. So it could be easy or not so much, all the way up to pretty extensive maintenance. So it's pretty unique there. And then what we do is if there has been a mitigative technique that has been accomplished within our state that we are aware about, either using grant funding or, just a community has let us know, we want to highlight, those success stories within this guidebook.
How are you?
Good, how's it going?
Pretty good.
Oh,
Hot mic.
yeah, we got a hot mic.
Absolutely.
But
I think I
yes.
will. I'm still building elements of
I can't.
I muted her.
I got it. Oh, yeah.
Great.
Got it.
Sorry.
Sorry, Jamie.
It's okay. But yeah, we'll use local examples so we can show that other communities, other communities have experienced this too, and it's not just them. So we want to share those highlighted best practices from communities as well. Then we dabble into some suggested funding. This happens to be a FEMA one, but we have both state and federal ideas for either grant funding or potential funding opportunities. But we'll share, kind of what program could be useful, and then give them a link to find out more information on whether or not they want to access it. So that's the guidebook itself. And then what we do, and I'm going to kind of, I'm glad, I was happy to see Bridget's last presentation because we very much have a very similar web viewer as well. So, what we like to do is provide this guidebook post-fire. And the reason is obviously there's debris flow components, but a lot of our alluvial fans obviously are situated next to mountain ranges or hills that unfortunately can catch fire. So there are features on, topographic features that might be important and ideas to consider after a fire. So we too have a viewer. I'm just going to focus on one portion of it. So we have our FEMA floodplains very much like what Bridget showed as well. So we have just the effective mapping. We also have a layer for all of our active projects, very much what Bridget showed earlier. And then we have our fires, floods, and fans page, which I'm going to display here, and maybe if I have a minute when I'm done. The 3 Fs, none of them fun to deal with. But yeah, we have the flood, fires, and fans page. And this is just a small snippet of, here's the effective FEMA mapping. And we have that GIS data of that inventory that I mentioned earlier in this red area. And then these new yellow boundaries are areas of burn scars that have occurred in the past. And then we're now dabbling into post-fire studies. So we post those fire studies here for now, but they can view, where their fire is, view their report, and then we will provide that guidebook, the alluvial fan guidebook, because a lot of the areas do have fans that we've noticed. And then we're also working on a non-regulatory product viewer or flood risk product viewer, which shows those depths that Bridget was showing too. So that's under development. It's not ready yet, but we're getting there. So, and then we also offer opportunities for communities to download the GIS data from our site as well. And then a couple more things here. This might be a controversial little document here as what I've heard. But we also have, FEMA has mapping standards for mapping alluvial fans. That has been a big topic of conversation to try to update and renew that guidance, just because there's a lot of nuances, I guess. Each fan is individual and each fan has its own challenges and issues. Not all fans are alike. So we've been finding as we're mapping alluvial fans within our state, the current FEMA guidance has been a little challenging for us, given the situation that we have on each of the fans. So FEMA Region 8 has been kind of leading some discussions on how to update some of this guidance. And I know I am aware, I was not a part of this team, but I am aware this was discussed with the other FEMA regions, 8, 9, and 10. Region 8 only adopted this new best practices modeling methods. So I'm not aware that Region 9 or Region 10 did, but it is something to discuss with your FEMA folks if it's something you wanted to consider. But we have been told in Region 8 that we will be utilizing these methods. in the future on how to map our fans within our region. So like I said, don't take my word for it. Talk to your FEMA representative, because there might be some other techniques and discussions to be had there. So little disclaimer. So there's a lot of tools in the toolbox, and this guide has been super helpful for us. We really wanted to educate our communities a little bit more about fans, because we are starting to see development, just like Nevada, moving up, the benches. And so I want to make sure communities are considering some mitigative techniques, or at least considering the hazard before development starts occurring. So we add these details and considerations to our discovery maps. We will add the alluvial fans on our discovery maps, and then that initiates the conversation later on maybe how to map it, or maybe how to mitigate it down the road. And so it provides local examples to communities that they can relate to. And then also we use it for post-fire, and then it really does assist in, actions that communities can take to start mitigating some of the risks. So anyway, just some food for thought there. I know we're almost out of time here, but thank you for having me, and it was nice to see you guys, and happy to share any other information with you guys that I can help with. So thank you.
Applauses and heart emojis, Jamie, and I want to say thank you as well. We got a couple minutes. We had a whole lot of info. I hope, Eric, you're still on. You can hear us. We can see you. You can see us. All of our virtuals, and just kind of go around the room. Like, what did you hear? What do you want to know more about? Any questions?
How likely are your community officials receptive to using the guidebook?
This is for Jamie.
For
Oh,
Jamie,
me,
yeah.
Yes, I think the biggest challenge, obviously they're receptive to receiving the book and looking at it and utilizing it. I think, as everyone is probably experiencing, funding and getting action taken are the biggest hurdles, because they do take time, but funding is obviously the big one, like everyone else, I'm sure. So but I have seen some successes, like in one of our communities just west of here. They used the guidebook, and they did at least try to performed a mitigative study. It's just now they're trying to get funding for the action to be taken that they've studied. So,
Right.
But it's a good stepping stone.
Receptive all the way up to the point of dollars.
Yeah.
Always.
That's
Right here.
always the problem.
Rachel, you have a question?
Yeah, I just was very impressed by the presentation, both by Carson Water Subconservancy District and Utah Division of Emergency Management, because they're like it's like the impact of alluvial fan flooding. It's hard. It's not going anywhere, and actually, it's getting worse as more people develop in the floodplain. And you guys are creating incredible resources. I think these interactive data viewers are the way to go. It's so helpful to have the data organized and to be like taking active steps to like wrap our head around these really difficult problems. And Jamie, I was going to ask if you would be able to put those links that you had in your slides. They look like great resources. And if you were able to drop them in the chat, I would love to, have them available for reference for future.
Yeah, that'd be for all the speakers. If there was a link of something that you want to pop in the chat during the break, please do that. Eric, that includes you. If there was, I think I remember you referencing a link at the end of your presentation. If you can copy paste. Huh? No,
I was just wiggling.
Okay. I thought that looked like an indication, like it was a hand up.
But they were all.
You would win a bet if there was an auction. I saw your hand. I saw your hand move, and that would mean that you were the highest bidder. Anyone else here in the room, or anyone else out in the ether sphere there? Raise a hand. Ask a question. You got about a minute to win it. Thank you, Lindsay.
So Eric, I don't know if you can answer this, but before you left FEMA, was there any contemplation of trying to implement that 2025 alluvial fan guidance.
Oh, you're on mute.
You're still
Oh.
on mute.
Hit it again.
Strong opinions on alluvial fan mapping, and that does vary region to region. Maybe some good news there at Region 9, there's going to be very few people with that kind of experience left. So it's a vacuum that could be filled by positive change.
Well, there you go. I love your positive attitude. Yeah.
Yes, with it.
And then the other question I had for Jamie was, being that you're under the umbrella of emergency management, has it been any easier for your, for you to get funding?
No, we're still in the same boat. I think everyone else is nationally. So our funding is solely CTP funded. And then our NFIP is CAPSASI, which is the NFIP side. It's been challenging as well. So no, I guess the easiest answer is no. We're in the same boat as everybody else. So.
Right. And that leads me to my segue, which is if you're going to ASFPM, we're having a arid regions meeting where we're working on getting, we've got about 8 of the states that are going to be talking in our arid regions meeting, including Texas, Utah. Of course, it's at the same time as the CTP meeting. And so we've already worked to make sure that we're covering both meetings, and we're going to meet for dinner that night to compare notes.
When is we're just
ASFPM is going to be in Milwaukee, May 31st through June 4th or 5th. So,
Yeah.
with that, more conversations should take place. You can compare notes on who made the best toast with the fewest notes, or do whatever you want to do with those sticky notes. I do want you to continue to talk to each other, but I also want to take the human needs break, fluid leveling. Where's the restrooms? Everybody knows. If you don't,
If you go out this door, it's go past the hallway. It's on the left.
okay. If you all are back at 10:10, I would like to make sure that we pull it to the left if we can. But take a 15-minute break, or take a roughly 12-minute break. If you can't get back before 10:15, we'll wait for you. But the fewer minutes we spend here, the more time we have at the end. There will be a video being played no later than 10:15.
yes.
Take a break.
All right. Yeah.
And be back as soon as you can. 10:10 to 10:15, somewhere in there.
I'm going to download it.
Successful first session.
Successful first session. Woo-hoo.
Hey, Samaj, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm so happy that you are. I mean, I'd rather have you be here, but we need somebody there. So I'm glad that you're out there and ready to tee this up. I want to say welcome back to everyone. We have everyone back in the room here. Um, Peter Slater and Matthew Herman from Fathom are not with us in either space, but they sent a presentation that we're going to have Samaj queue up and push play. If you don't know where you are, you're at Watershed University, Nevada Silver Jackets. Thank you for being here. Welcome back from the break. And we're at the Approaches to Flood Mapping Past, Present, and Future Part 2. Christine, we're going to have here in the room after this video, and then followed by Tim. It's good to see you again. Ready? Anybody not ready? Great, Samaj. Hit go, and there we'll get started.
Hi everyone, so my name is Matthew and I'm joined by my colleague Peter, and we are from Fathom, and we've been given the opportunity to give you a bit of background on what we are and how we help in the flood risk intelligence space. So Pete, next slide please. Okay, so as I'm sure you're all aware, flood risks are increasingly frequent in the world, and there's a great amount of exposure to flooding, and particularly in the US. I mean, in the past 30 years, floods have led to massive financial losses and a lot of shocks to economies throughout the US. And it's now seen that 1/3 of the world's population is exposed to flooding. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so Fathom was started to fill the gap within the flood risk intelligence space and to give the best and latest view on flood risk. We started out in the insurance space initially, working with some big brands, as you can see on the slide, and then we moved into capital markets and engineering. And within all of these verticals, we've learned different things that have informed the work that we do now. Okay, Pete, next slide. And well, the important thing that sets us apart from everyone else is we're very much focused on research and methodology behind everything that we do. So Fathom was founded in 2013 and it had its roots in the University of Bristol in the UK, and it brought together some top researchers and scientists to solve the problem of a global flood map, but as well as regional flood maps around the world. So we've, since Fathom was founded, we continue to output research papers, and we continue to garner a lot of citations within academic journals and other papers around the world. Okay, Pete, next slide. And now I'll hand over to Pete, who's going to go into US flood risk.
Yeah, hi everybody. Thanks for having us here today. My background's in civil engineering and infrastructure advisory. I spent about 10 years in that field before joining Fathom about 3 years ago. You know, we did some analysis a couple of years ago in the US looking at the extent and depth maps across pluvial, fluvial and coastal perils, and particularly how they compare to the existing FEMA data sets. Now, earlier in the year in 2026, FEMA did actually release a large update to particularly the pluvial driven maps. This analysis was done beforehand, but there's still a residual challenge. You know, when we were looking at this, about 13 million people are exposed to the 100-year floodplain under the FEMA maps. You know, when you do the same analysis with our pluvial, fluvial and coastal maps, that number's about 41 million, and there are still significant gaps in that legacy data. Now, we're not here to bash FEMA at all. We really support them, but we'll come on to this later, this idea of blending multiple views of flood from public and private sector together to create a holistic and understanding of the flood important. You know, in some ways, there's a challenge with that, right? You should have one version of the truth, not multiple versions of the truth. But these are all models. No one single model is true. They are all approximations. And really being able to leverage multiple high quality sources to create a blended view of something that is inherently very difficult to predict is the way in which the market is moving. And recognizing the building blocks that go into each of those types of approaches is really important to make sure at the end of the day we feel like we've got a comfortable and grounded view of flood risk. We've done a little bit of a deeper analysis, and let's just look at the state of Massachusetts, for example. So the current average annual loss is just under 800 million, which is the average annual losses across the state from flooding, so damages, and this will increase by about 20% by 2050. Now in Massachusetts, FRM coverage is actually pretty good at 83.4%. The problem is a lot of that data, 75%, 3/4, is over 10 years old. And that sort of ties into this exposure statistic, sort of center middle, sort of center low. The 74.3% of the total average annual losses are occurring outside of the special flood hazard area. And that sort of then poses some real challenges, which are now being widely debated across the nation around development in the floodplain, around mandatory buyouts, around federally backed mortgages, and particularly with these new maps that have come in January, that has put a lot of people in a position where they need to transition over to mandated insurance. And particularly in Massachusetts, the population exposure increase is quite stark up to 2050, upwards of 50%, at 50%, excuse me. We also did some analysis on the infrastructure. Now, these 4.2%, 6.1% might not seem that high, but the reality is this analysis only took into account depth of flooding over 150 millimeters. So if the depth of flooding was less than 150 millimeters in this 100-year scenario, we didn't even count it in this analysis. Now, the reality is, as we all know, 3-4 millimeters of water on a road surface can cause aquaplaning. We just took it from the standards that 150 is the point at which you have to close a road anyway. So I think the numbers are a little bit more stark than that. We talked at the beginning, and you will have seen on the first slide that some of this future increase is not predominantly driven by climate change, it's predominantly driven by development in the floodplain. Having said that, when you actually look at the underlying weather patterns, there is significant drivers. Just here, the deeper green is up to 1.8 times change. This is up to the year 2100, and the darker brown to orange is showing a reduction. The crosshatch is looking at where there's disagreement. So you can see the southwestern part of the US there. There's some disagreement in the models in those particularly sort of dry areas. However, there's universal agreement across climate models that eastern northern area will see a significant increase in rainfall. If we look at the discharge change as well, again, that sort of central western band showing reduction in discharge from rivers as drought becomes an increasing problem. But again, you've got that contrasted with the eastern coast where the discharge from the rivers is going to increase, and in some cases increase a lot. And a lot of people will be talking about not just the flooding, it's not just the drought, it's not just the fire, it's when all of those start intersecting rapidly in areas that the risk to infrastructure, to people and to ecosystems becomes really significant. Almost universally, though, the sea level rise is a significant challenge, and this is all models agree on this. The reduction that you see at the top there is actually a little bit of a red herring. This is because the ice caps melting reduces the weight on the land, causing heave, which provides a representative or a relative reduction in sea level at those areas. But it's actually not a case that the sea level is reducing, it's just the land is rising. I'll hand back over to Matt.
Thank you, Pete. And yes, this section will be just talking more about our hybrid flood mapping and the work that Fathom does. And Pete, do you want to go to the next slide? So Fathom has 4 main products: terrain data, flood map, risk scores, and catastrophe models. And we initially started out in terrain data because if you want to map floods accurately, you're going to need to know the lay of the land. So that's what Fathom set out initially, is to get a robust terrain data set. And this informed our flood maps, and then we've moved into risk scores and catastrophic models, which is more for insurance and capital market sides, but we are seeing it more in the engineering space where people need to understand the financial losses for certain assets or portfolios that are of interest to them. And we also have an off-the-shelf and custom spec maps, depending on the use case or the client's requirements. Okay, next slide, please. So Fathom's US flood map. So it's high resolution flood map covering all flood perils. It's offered at a 10-meter resolution, high resolution data. So as I said, all flood perils, including fluvial, pluvial, coastal flooding, and it covers the entire US and including all river channels. We've included climate change scenarios as well, up to the year 2100, and then Pete will go into a bit more of climate dynamics later in the presentation, which is connected to that. Next slide, Pete.
Thanks very much, Matt. Appreciate that. I wanted to touch briefly on the methodology involved in creating a full global and a full US flood map. And we're just going to focus on the US at the moment. So Matt kind of alluded to the fact that we have this US flood hazard map already off the shelf. It's on its 3rd version at the moment, and we continuously update this. So every sort of 2 years, we'll do a full national update to that data set. And really, it's taking the first principles of H&H modeling at the local and detailed scale, and where appropriate, scaling up that to be able to cover something like the entire of the United States, which is computationally extremely challenging. Now, there are assumptions that have to be built into that to be able to do it, and we blend together a wide variety of different data sources to achieve this. So for the US, we're of course deriving a huge amount of information from the USGS gauge systems. We're deriving precipitation from the NOAA Atlas 14 models, and we'll be moving on to the 15 and 16 when they come out. We'll be looking at taking those gauges data to drive the regional frequency analysis, to generate the intensity, duration, frequency curves, to generate the regional flood frequency analysis. And we validate each of these building blocks as we go through. So at each stage, those individual building blocks are then assessed against a gold standard. And then this allows us at the end of this process to be able to provide each area of the map a confidence score, which is something that you're not really seeing very much in the market when it comes to this type of large area flood mapping, is full transparency about the confidence. But we score each of these blocks as they come in. You know, we bring the river network data in. We generate a view of bathymetry using a variable flow weight channel solver. There's no bathymetry data set available, so how do you then take that into consideration when you're doing the 2D fluvial analysis? We have to estimate the bathymetry and carve that into the digital terrain, the bare earth elevation model when you're then doing the H&H modeling. We then look at bringing in the defenses. So we take the major flood defenses from the US Dams and Levees database, from the FEMA databases, as well as from published stormwater drainage systems. Now, we're not specifically taking a detailed PC swim model, for example, of the stormwater drainage system and doing a full pressurized H&H model analysis. That's not possible at this type of scale. What we are doing is taking the volume of water that that stormwater drainage system removes and taking it out of the floodplain when we're doing that pluvial analysis over the urban areas, when we're doing that fluvial analysis over the urban areas. So understanding the methodology behind these types of modeling processes is really critical to then understand, well, what are the appropriate applications of this data, and what situations can I use this data to inform decisions, and what situations can I not use this data to inform decisions. We, of course, then bring the climate change angle into it through a change factor approach. So looking at those global models, looking and regionalizing those models to be locally relevant to the US, looking at the sea level models, global hydrological models, we can then apply change factors to those existing floodplains to project them out into the future at 2050, at 2060, at 2080, and so on. In terms of application of this data, this is quite a sort of a relatively straightforward application where the Virginia Department of Conservation and Recreation were involved in their 5-year hazard mitigation planning process. As part of that, they were running a program called the Virginia Flood Protection Master Plan, and a number of different flood data sets were used to inform this statewide assessment of risk and vulnerability. You know, we provided our full state flood hazard maps at 10-meter resolution for current time frame, as well as projected out into the future under different climate scenarios. So they took several future views of the floodplain as well. But then they also used the FEMA data. They also used local detailed H&H models. They also had quite a detailed coastal model. And Arcadis were analysing, bringing together this hybrid view of flood mapping to then be able to advise the client what assets of the 30,000 strategic assets across the state, what of them are at the highest risk category, what of them are at the medium risk category, which ones are at the low risk category. So then DCR, when they put forward their findings, can say, well, we need to invest X amount of funds in these areas to mitigate the highest risks that have been identified. And that then can go on into community engagement activities and go on into the development of the adaptations, the building, the monitoring, and so on. Yeah, it's very straightforward when you're using flood hazard map data. In the simplest sense, you are looking at the area, you're looking at the developments in that area, or the critical assets, or the service lines, and you're starting to think about, well, what are the risks? What are the things that we need to consider? And particularly when you're using data like ours, you're looking at, well, where do we need to do a more detailed assessment? You know, this data that we do is very precise, and it gets validated a lot, but it's 10-meter resolution. And it's a broad scale model. So it is not giving the detail to the end, be able to immediately start doing detailed design off the back of it or anything like that. But it gives you the ability to quickly identify where you need to investigate further and bring in other data sets, right? And that's that kind of hybrid approach. Just taking that theme one step further, outside of delivering our off-the-shelf data, we also deliver bespoke flood mapping for large areas. Now, Texas had just flown QL1 LiDAR of their entire state a couple of years ago. They saw our off-the-shelf data for Texas at 10-meter resolution. They said, hey, we like that. That's interesting. But we, Texas Water Development Board, have higher resolution LiDAR. We've got better soil data, more up-to-date land use projections, and they wanted a custom model done for the entire state. Now, doing this by traditional methods, it was too laborious and cost-intensive for this situation. So we were able to take the workflow, which we sort of highlighted before, take the building blocks out that we put in and replace them with the Texas Water Development building blocks. So we were able to integrate a more refined view of the situation in that state to develop a flood map. So that was developed in about 4 months and was provided back to the client, who is now using them alongside other data sets to help manage the flood risk across the state. A similar situation with Florida again. Obviously, Florida, you know, extremely exposed to current and future weather patterns, and they were particularly interested in developing a custom view of future change. So how are some of those precipitation, discharge, and tidal changes that we spoke about going to uniquely affect Florida based on the land in Florida, the development in Florida, the coastal profile? So again, we took in from the client their own precipitation models, tidal models, and future projections to derive a bespoke statewide flood hazard map for the Florida Department of Environmental Protection alongside the partners Taylor Engineering and Jones Edmonds, who were then also bringing in other data sets to inform that. Now, when you're thinking about this kind of hybrid approach to bringing lots of different flood data sets in, there is that question around, well, what's regulated and what's not regulated? And that is a very important discussion to have to make sure all parties are using the data for its intended purposes and within the bounds in which it's allowed. I'll just give one more example of this type of hybrid approach of modelling. So the Canadian government were looking for a countrywide flood hazard map, multiple return periods, current and future. Now, we already had at that situation a countrywide map, but it was at 30-meter resolution because the terrain data derived from the satellite missions and LiDAR missions over Canada only gave us the confidence to do a 30-meter flood hazard map. So we actually partnered with Aon Impact Forecasting in this one. And what they were able to bring in was really high resolution LiDAR for all of the urban areas to generate a 5-meter resolution flood hazard map for the urban areas. And we were able to provide a flood hazard map outside of the urban areas. I believe we improved our resolution using a better terrain data set, but it was still lower than the urban areas, of course. But then you've got a problem of, well, you've got two different vendors now generating a unified flood hazard map. So we had to go back together ourselves and Aon and look at the modeling frameworks that we use and align them so that we were able to provide a unified nationwide flood hazard map, which was at different resolutions depending on where you were in the country. So this was a very, very intensive scientific endeavor that involved a huge amount of validation and work, but we were able to deliver it much faster and much more affordably than using traditional methods, and we were able to draw from a wide range of different sources to do so. I'll just hand back over to Matt just to briefly introduce a couple of areas where we are seeing improvements in precision and what that means for the flood modelling.
Thank you, Pete. Okay, everyone. So as I said earlier, one of the challenges that Fathom had to approach initially was a robust terrain data set, because if you don't have that, then you can't model floods correctly. And that's how Fathom Dem was born. And then now the latest iteration is Fathom Dem Plus. So it's a high resolution global data terrain data sets. It's bare earth elevation, and we offer it 30 meters globally in a resolution. And through a combination of LiDAR and FSAR data from around the world and within the US, because some areas have much more of that data available to them, we were able to create this bare earth elevation model. And Fathom Dem Plus has informed the flood mapping that we do at the moment. And yeah, it's also been independently validated as a top performing DEM within other academic journals and by the companies as well. And yeah, I think it just speaks again to what sets Fathom apart as well, is we do that validation, and we don't have that black box approach to what we do, as Pete went into the methodology earlier. Next slide, Pete.
Great, thanks very much, Matt. That's really helpful. I'll just touch a little bit on that workflow that Matt's introduced here. So there's two stages at which we're bringing in artificial intelligence and machine learning to generate the most precise terrain data set possible. We're deriving from three primary data sources: the Copernicus satellite mission, but also the IFSAR and the LiDAR that Matt talked about. Now, even when we're just working with the satellite data, we have to use a very advanced hybrid vision transformer that removes the buildings, the trees, goes from that DSM, the digital surface model, to the DTM or the DEM, right? The digital terrain or digital elevation model. Now, previously, we were using a piece of machine learning that looked at each of the pixels, determined whether it was the top of the canopy or the top of the building, and then derived the base height from that single pixel. Now, that's what we were doing in about 2023. Now we've developed a new approach which looks at the individual pixel and all of the pixels around it to get a better contextual understanding of what is the likely elevation below this canopy, this building, this object, to derive the bare earth elevation model. And that change alone saw a significant increase in the precision of the resultant bare earth elevation model. So we then have been able to create Fathom DEM, which is the bare earth elevation model derived just from the satellite. But we can also then use a combiner method to integrate the LiDAR together with the satellite derived elevation model, and not only combine them to increase the precision in the areas where there is LiDAR, but learn from the behavior of the areas that do have LiDAR to apply enhancements in the satellite derived areas without there being LiDAR present. Now, this has gone through extensive peer review, because I appreciate that sounds like you're kind of making a lot of assumptions there, but the maths does validate it, and it does work. I'll give you an example. So FabDem was our satellite derived bare earth elevation model from
Find a spot where it made sense to pause. Apologies to our two colleagues who are not here. I would love to move to a different topic.
Absolutely.
Is that okay with you all?
That'd be great, but I put it in the chat. I did think this is very, very interesting, and I'm wondering if it's possible to get a copy of the video for anybody that wants to watch it in more detail later.
I asked Lindsay that question. It's a massive file.
Big file, it's like 40
The answer is maybe.
megabytes.
We maybe upload it to YouTube.
Wow. I could look into that, yeah.
YouTube if they
If
will
they're
allow.
okay with
Yeah.
that, then that would be great.
Yes.
That would be nice, yeah.
There's a way they put it on YouTube too, where you have to share the link. So when they don't want it to be fully public,
Right.
they could do it that way too.
That's a good suggestion. I'll coordinate with them and see what they're comfortable with.
Yeah,
So there's a lot of good content.
there's a lot of good, that's very deep, and there may be even people who aren't here we want to share it with, so they can check it out.
It got too deep for me really, really quick. Okay, civil engineers are probably like taking huge notes. They're like really loving this stuff, but I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
But I want to take full advantage of that there are people here who can give us a massive amount of information, and we can also see you hear in live real time. And so I want to just play the facilitator and throw the flag, and kind of make space for our next presenter, Christine. I think you have a slide deck to be shared. Great. So apologies to those in the ether, but we will figure out a method to get you the rest of this. And I just would rather have Christine here. So Christine, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, this will give a little break from the straight up flood inundation mapping. I will get to that eventually, but yeah, I just wanted to thank Sarah and Lindsay for having me here. You all are the exact group of people that I want to be sharing this work with, and really interested in your feedback. And I'll go right ahead. So I think many in this room are familiar with the arc storm scenario, but for those who aren't, I'd like to give a brief introduction. So back in 2011, the U.S. Geological Survey developed this hypothetical 30 days atmospheric river storm sequence that was meant to sort of be on par with the 1861 and 1862 flood events that inundated the entire Central Valley of California. It featured in Mark Twain's Roughing It book here on the Carson side. And
back in 2013, a group of us kind of zoned in on the Sierra Front region and tried to look at what the implications of an arc storm would be for this region, mountainous terrain, factoring in snow and those kinds of things. More recently, the arc storm scenario was updated to include, to simulate what that might look like under warmer climate in the late 21st century. And so we had such great engagement and success the first time around, we decided to sort of bring it back to the lee side again and develop some tools that I hope will be useful to you all in floodplain. And so this is a huge group effort. We had a lot of help, as you'll see from the folks mentioned here. So next slide, please. For those of you who know me, I start off most presentations with this slide. A lot of this will focus on the Truckee River Basin, just given that that is where we have the most data for the arc storm scenario. So I think I'm probably preaching to the choir at this point, but all of our major floods on the Truckee are due to atmospheric rivers. I do have this figure for the Carson. We have a slightly larger piece of the pie for the snowmelt floods, but atmospheric rivers are still, a big deal here. Next slide. So my colleague, Tom Foringham, did a really interesting analysis looking at the cost of atmospheric river flood damages across the Western US. He's based at Scripps and based on, I think it was flood insurance program data that he used from 1978 to 2017. Washoe County is number 10 in terms of Western counties with the highest economic costs of atmospheric river storms. Next. And so he had another paper come out later looking at what this might look like under climate change projections. And, here's Washoe County, Carson, we're in yellow. So the expectation is that those costs could increase by 4 times. And there are a number of factors associated with that. Next slide, please. One is that with climate change, we have a warmer atmosphere. We have more water holding in the atmosphere. There's more energy. And that can lead to more intense, shorter duration precipitation events, a lot greater variability. And next, please. The other thing that we see with these is the climate model projections are showing that there's more spillover of precipitation onto the lee side. There's a lot of uncertainties about precipitation in our global climate model projections, but this is the best available science we have now. The dynamics are suggesting that we will see a larger sort of increase on this side relative to others. Next slide. The other factor that's playing into this is that, as we know, warmer climate means more rain and less snow. The Truckee River Basin is right in this zone here where the change in runoff per event is expected to increase by 265%. In some cases. And so, that's something that we need to be thinking about in this region in particular. Next slide. So, just to give a sort of brief overview of what we did for Arc Storm 1.0 back in 2013. As I mentioned already, this was developed by USGS, supposed to be on par with that historical flood of the late 1800s. We took this scenario and had a number of stakeholder meetings. We had an emergency tabletop response exercise and developed this report, which you can find on this website here, getting feedback from all of you folks of what you were concerned about, what keeps you up at night about a storm like this, and so have documented that in this report. Next slide. We've learned a lot since then. We had 2017, we had 2023, we had new modeling capabilities, we have new data. We're looking at a warmer climate. And so we wanted to revisit this in this region, accounting for some of these changes. The Desert Research Institute had funding from the USGS to sort of downscale this to the region and really focus on outreach to underserved communities. What does this mean in terms of socioeconomic implications? Next slide. So the objective overall here is we really want to take this scenario, all the data that were created, to create maps and products that you can look at to get a tangible sense of what this might look like in this region to facilitate flood preparedness discussions. Next. Yeah. And so Debbie's tool, I think, and our tool, I'll mentioned, incorporate some of the data that from the Carson where we have it. But where we're aiming for really is, I think the tools and work that many of you are doing is really focused on the recovery and hazard mitigation planning, not building where you're going to see flooding. Our focus is really on, we can't, something like an arc storm, we can't build our way out of. And so what do we do under those circumstances? And it's really about sort of getting at, who do you talk to, coordination, communication, and those kinds of things. Because, that's what we really need to do to minimize impacts. And so this is an opportunity to explore impacts under a climate change scenario that is maybe outside anything we've experienced, look at maps and sort of get a sense for what that might be. Next slide. So I'll go into, we do have flood inundation maps for the Truckee Meadows area. This is our modeling pipeline. Again, I'll focus on the Truckee, but we do have some data for the Carson and Walker. We have the Arc Storm 2.0 scenario that was developed by Daniel Swain and his colleague. Then the California Nevada River Forecast Center, we're very grateful to Mike for running that through his his hydrologic models for the Truckee, the Carson, and the Walker. So we have stream flows for Arc Storm for all three of those rivers at various stages. We then worked with Scott Fenema at the Watermaster's office. He ran the Truckee model through the riverware operations model. So we have sort of natural stream flow and modeled stream flow given the reservoirs upstream. And then George and Mitch were kind enough to support us by running those operational scenarios through the trip model. So this is what Arc Storm looks like for the Truckee River at Reno. Next slide, please. So the dark line is including the operational stream flow, and that dotted line, another click, please, is what it looked like under natural conditions. So comparing this to 1997, under TRO with operational stream flow, we're talking about 3 times 1997, 4 times 2017. And what you can see here is, as you all know, those reservoirs are really doing a great job for buffering the intensity of the flood. It's really just stretching it out. So we have a longer duration above flood stage, but lower peaks. Next slide. So this is just comparing on this side here, I have the maximum inundation for 100 and 500 year floods from the same model. And over here, we're showing an animation of Arc Storm over, this should be 50 days, not 60. And we did this under wet antecedent conditions. So actually, this scenario is one that happens after the 1997 flood, starts again in mid-January. And the thing to notice here is, we do get, it's not as the inundation is not as deep as a 500-year flood. It gets close. But the thing here is that we have inundation lasting for many, many days. Mitch ended the model on March 1st, but you can see when it gets to March 1st, there is still a lot of area with water. And Eric's talk earlier, he talked about, the duration dimension. And I think what Arc Storm does, is what I'm really interested in about this is the duration. We see long lasting flood inundation. We don't know how long it lasts because we turned the model off, but it lasts for a long time and it's in urban areas. So there's like maybe an urban waterlogging effect. It could be, we aren't simulating the drainage as well as we could. There are a lot of questions in my mind that I'm really interested in, getting your thoughts and feedback on related to this. Next slide. So we have a tool that we developed that I wanted to share with you. And again, the goal is to facilitate discussions about, flood impacts, maybe use it to design emergency tabletop exercises, get your injects for those exercises based on the data that we present in here. Next slide, please. So I'm going to just give a quick overview on some of the key features. If you go to the website, I actually just added a new tab on the far left with some additional guidance to help you identify some of the things that I hope this can do for you. But the idea is for it to be as simple as possible. That's not always the case, but it's an ArcGIS experience, so it's the same sort of format or driver as what we saw for the Carson, but we have some extra features that sort of help you explore that duration, that timeline of the storm. So for this, you can choose a day, you can select a county. I'm going to focus on the Sierra Front region, but we have the meteorological and infrastructure data for all of California and Nevada. But yeah, I'm just going to focus on the Sierra Front region for right now, where we have inundation, we have landslide and debris flow data from the USGS that, you know, I think will be hopefully interesting and useful for you all. Next slide. So some of the things this can do is obviously tell us where the flood impacts are on each day of the storm. So your February 3rd is my cherry pick day when it's the worst. Like with the Carson tool, you can go in, you can zoom to an address, you can click to see what the depth was at that location. We have overlays of emergency management stuff, hazardous waste, medical facilities. I was looking to that wrap tool for some sort of guidance on what kind of features we want to do overlays with for this. Next slide. So the flood inundation is just for the Truckee Meadows. We have, again, these timelines, like how many people are impacted based on county level population data. And we see, this goes up towards the end of the storm. And we can divide this by different demographics. You have ability to choose if it's the total population, people with their cars, that kind of thing. Next slide. We also summarize these inundation data to roads. So understanding what the inundation depth for each day is for given roads. Again, you can choose your road type. This is maybe I'm not sure what road type this is, but we have interstates, county roads, those kinds of things. So you can get a sense for, which roads are likely to be flooded and when. Next slide. And then USGS ran this ArcStorm through a landslide and debris flow model that has been published. I unfortunately don't have the reference here, but we can see, and this is done at high resolution for the entire Truckee River Basin. And so we can see locations, so this is Florissant here, the I-80 corridor to Bird Eye. We can see where debris flow and landslides are likely, could potentially occur on each day of the storm. Next. And we've also summarized that to the road. So you can, cue in on, okay, and this doesn't just apply to ArcStorm, like this could apply to any storm. This is what the USGS is saying under a very wet condition where these landslide and debris flows are likely to be crossing the highway. And so again, we have this time series here that, could be used for emergency response index. I would love to use those.
We want to use them.
Okay. Okay. Next slide. And so, I just focused on the Sierra Front region, but again, just a reminder, you can go to any county in California, Nevada that is within this ArcStorm extent to look at these, various impacts and timelines and maps. And there's more guidance on the website again. So next slide. So key takeaways. One is I'm preaching to the choir here. It's not just climate, but it's also, the land use change and population change we see in our region. We need planning for this. Next slide. So as I mentioned, this really enables us to look at impacts and responses in a map so that we can sort of better conceptualize what those look like. In particular, I think what's unique about this is that we can look at those long, thinking about duration, storm duration. Eric mentioned that as a dimension in his first slide, but we talk about depth, velocity, frequency. Like, I'm still trying to wrap my mind around what, how we're thinking about duration, what that means. And so would love to talk about that more anytime. And it's also, getting to flooding that's potentially outside of our own experiences. And finally, we have this web application and data available. We love it. All of the layers are in ArcGIS online. And so the idea was to allow that to, like, you to be able to import that data into your own systems. This is just our tool for this particular purpose. And just wanted to flag here, we actually developed recently this guidance for how to build scenarios like the ARC storm scenario. What data would you need? In addition to a number of different resources that we have, and in addition to a number of different resources that might be useful for you in, developing exercises and those kind of things. And that's all I have. Sorry, Brianna.
That's awesome.
It's like, I gotta go. Yeah.
Immediate questions that are necessary before we shift to our third presenter here in this.
Lindsay Budia's hand up.
Lindsay, your hand up. And then I said,
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
have a quick question.
Yeah.
For Christina, if there was a riverware model for the Carson River, would that have been helpful for any arc storm predictions or put into your modeling?
Well, the riverware is really about the operations piece. And so, yeah, I don't know that is there an operations element to the Carson? I always think of the Carson as just sort of, there's no reservoirs, so.
It's specifically with the Alpine Decree governance for surface water flows, but I was just wondering if, you put in that operation specifically, if it would have dictated any different types of peaks. I don't know. I'm just kind of asking as if it would put a different spin on some of the data found, if that's something that we can provide in the future.
Yeah, so the flows we have for the Carson are just from the CNRC, so they're natural stream flows. But if you do have an operations model, you could definitely put it through that. And, I think the models exist already to run an arc storm. You could run your arc storm. You could run arc storm through your models to understand what that would look like for your region, just like we did for Tripmont. Same.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
Mary, I see a hand up.
Hi, this is Mary from the City of Reno. I was just wondering if you looked at, or if we could look at with your tools, the impacts to high hazard dams within the city or the area. That's something I'm really thinking about.
I think at one point we had dams in this database, but federal data get turned off and turned on, and we had to take it out because then it required an ArcGIS sign-in. But yeah, if you have a resource for that, and if there's a data set that you'd like to see overlaid with this, please feel free to send it to me. I think adding a data set that's already available is easy. We don't have any more funding on this, but yeah, for easy fixes, things that make this more useful for you, we are very happy to.
I had a quick question. Oh, go ahead, Mary.
Oh, that's all I got.
Okay. You mentioned, like you were showing the Truckee Meadows. So what assumption did you use for drainage infrastructure? So there's stormwater. Did you assume anything, or did you just assume this is how much would be laying on top of the surface? And if the drains are clogged or whatnot, that's not in there?
This is TRIFA's HECRAS model.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I followed up with them to kind of try to understand more about why we're seeing this, and haven't, been able to touch base just yet. But yeah, I don't know. That's a question. Yeah,
that's a George question. It sounds like.
And yeah, HDR question.
Okay.
Yeah.
One that can be answered at point. We'll find George.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Corner him.
Come down. Oh, I was hoping he would be here second for
He knew. Thank you. One more round of applause for Christine. Also here in person is Tim Barsley. So we're hey, welcome.
Our river bestie.
Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about flood mitigation and the Weather Service is working on. Next slide, please. So the general idea here is, I think people are very used to the river forecasts that are done by the river forecast centers, and the warning products and whatnot. They're at a kind of discrete number of points. So not actually, it's almost 10 years ago, it's crazy, that the Weather Service put out the National Water Model, which is still in development, and still there's a lot of work to be done on it, but the idea is basically to forecast everywhere, not just the gauge points that calibrated forecast points that are forecasting. So going from 3,600 points to like 2.7 million street years. So, okay, next slide, please. So utilizing that, the idea is going from these forecasts, like you see on the left, and these kind of impact statements that we put together to trying to put that water on the map. And this, I think, is an example from Vermont a while back. But utilizing both the River Forecast Center, but also the water model and some static products. Next slide, please. Okay, so this has been rolled out over the course of several years, this flood inundation mapping. And it's an experimental product, but it is now available in our areas. It first started out with parts of Texas and the Northeast in 2013. You can advance, please. We can kind of move through these quickly, a couple of steps. So, and they're kind of expanding each fall. Next, please. Expanding there. So our region last fall, this went live, and next, please. And then this fall, filling in the gap. So as of like end of September this year, this is going to be publicly accessible, or some layers will be publicly accessible throughout CONUS. And you see Alaska is still not quite fully covered, but all of CONUS will be. Next slide, please. So you can go ahead and advance those buttons. I think there's 4 or 5 of them. So there's several different products. Or one more. There we go. Perfect. So there's these static products, which are based on those flood categories we talked about earlier. So action stage, minor stage, moderate stage, major flood stage, and sometimes record stages. And kind of looking at the inundation, these are kind of nice for the kind of sunny day evaluation. And you can see the demo up and kind of filling up through different stages as an example. And I'll circle around to how this is all done a little bit later. Next slide, please. Some of the limitations I didn't mention. So these are only available for even a subset of those RFC points. So they're not even that many points because they need to have a pretty good, very accurate gauge datum for this to be useful. And they're a relatively short reach in and around those gauges. And as I'll talk about, a lot of these are limited by this method that we're using. I'll get into a bit more detail called the hand method, which is height above nearest drainage. So that has plenty of limitations as well. Next slide, please. Okay, and then using the similar methodology, these dynamic maps. And there's 2 types of dynamic maps. First, I'll talk about the ones that are driven by the National Water Model itself. So these ones they're everywhere, basically in CONUS, and where they will be after September this year, late September. And there's 2 levels for the water model that kind of give you an analysis level and a 5-day heat. And these are limited by the quality of the water model, which I think is the biggest issue for us right here. Because that's still, because it's been out for a while, it's still under development. There's a next generation that hopefully is coming before long that's going to give us a little bit more skill. To be perfectly frank, it struggles in the Intermountain West, the water model. So these will go active on this public page when they hit a defined threshold. So if you look on a sunny day, you're not going to see anything, but presumably when the water model thinks water's high, it will start mapping these. They're not QC, there's an automated process. All of these products are no depth, they're just extent. So that's something that's kind of hopefully a future enhancement. And as I mentioned before, it's the same limitations that I'll get into more detail here about hand method. Next slide, please. And then another part of the dynamic is using the River Forecast Center maps to, River Forecast from River Forecast Center to use the same methodology. So in these cases, when the River Forecast Center says, hey, this point's going to go above an action stage, that's when it would be plotted on the national public page, which I'll show at a point here. These limitations are only a handful of points. The good news on these is you have a well-calibrated model. So certainly the RFC forecasts are not perfect, but they're a lot more skillful than the water model is. And also just a extent, not depth. And it's still the hand method. But the advantage of these known points is one of the things about the hand method is you have to develop a synthetic rating curve. People know the rating curve, which is the relationship between stage and flow, right? And the USGS spends all the time doing a really good job of developing these at points. In these points, we're using those where we're not having to develop that from a DEM. Next slide, please. I already talked about this. This is the water model analysis. Instead of the 5-day out, it's like it's a water model saying what's going on right now. Same thing, except there's about an hour lag. It's not very truly right this minute, but it's where the water model thinks the current state of the flow and inundation would be. Okay, next slide, please. I've already talked about the extent only. Depth is definitely, people definitely want depth. You know, is it an inch deep over a road that people just need to slow down for, or is it, you know, into people's houses and things like this too? The 10-meter DEM is a limitation. Small scale features, kind of similar to Fathom folks mentioned some of this too. There is a fair amount of work lately to try to get ingest, like the levee database, the dam database, bridges, they're getting elevations of bridges, they're working on roads. So there's a lot of work going on to get that in. The physics is super simple. This is not the same. Christine showed the stuff that HDR worked with Turkey River Flood Management Authority. That model's been 10 years in development for the truck. And I don't know how many hours. And it's a really great model. It's very cool. Try doing that on the United States scale. You know, it's much simplified. Next slide, please. The water model versions, they're using the precipitation in there is forced by the national blend of models. You can't just decide to tweak these scenarios with the forcings. If you think, oh, the NBM is way too high for this event or it's too low for this event. That unfortunately is what it is there in terms of the model. There's no human influence on the forecast at all. I like RFC, they can see, oh shoot, you know, we're not tracking, right? What's going on? Maybe we're not melting snow fast enough, or maybe we're melting it too fast. Yeah, that's not, there's no kind of tuning happening here. And right now, their coastal areas are not covered. We don't have, not a total water model yet, although that is something they're working on. So if you have tidal influence in the flooding, that's not yet incorporated. Next slide, please. Notice I'm on slide 71. We're moving along. The reservoirs too. This is a challenge. When the River Forecast Center does reservoirs, they try to gain as much information about that management of that reservoir. Kind of like the question that Lindsay asked earlier. It's like if you know what's going on, what the plan is, and the bigger reservoir operators will submit a plan to the RFCs. The RFC is adjusting that. It's very simple stuff. It's saying, well, we're going to keep the pool at the same elevation, or it's going to be continue to do what it's been doing, or it's a kind of fill and spill type scenario. On the RFC end, where it's the RFC thing, then they're using that additional information. Next slide, please. The hand method I mentioned, this is a little schematic that kind of shows how it works. You're basically trying to fill your DEM relative to the channel bottom, and it's filling that void up and then inundate the area. It's a super simple way. You're kind of breaking up the catchments, and reaches as you do that. One of the challenges is how accurate is that we call the hydro fabric, which is, you know, where is the channel exactly to be able to build that elevation, that relative elevation model off. And we've had issues where that's off, you know, where the river is in the wrong spot. and the hand method halfway fills this area on the hill slope or something, and it doesn't work out so well in those cases. Next slide, please. And this is a kind of comparison of like the kind of head grass model that Turkma uses versus the hand method. One of the issues that's a challenge on both, but when you're doing the intensively surveyed and engineered model, is the bathymetry. We're looking at these digital elevation models, and if that was generated when there was significant flow in the river, the DM likes to think the surface of the river is the channel bottom, and so you end up with an issue there as well. Next slide, please. So, how these catchments are defined can sometimes create a challenge, and they can limit. They'll kind of try to hold the water in those imaginary lines. There's been a lot of advancements on kind of better defining those catchments to not limit the inundation. The elevation models themselves at the 10-meter resolution and the quality of those is the big issue. How lakes and reservoirs are managed. Levees are always a challenge because the levees basically, when they exist, it's like no water ever passes. They're impermeable. They're 3,000 feet high. So that's, it's probably better than not having them in there, but they're not a fully realistic representation. The rating curves I mentioned, trying to develop a synthetic rating curve out of PPM is very challenging. Backwater effects are an issue with coastal areas and the depth. Regionally specific, the forms of water model here is very challenging. So we look more carefully at the RFC things from the static products than we look at water model products. And we have issues here with thermal lakes too, how they're represented in the model. We've tried to let the developers know that like Pyramid Lake and Walker Lake are probably pretty unlikely, especially are unlikely to flood, even in Christine's event. Walker Lake being 100, I think 150 feet-ish slow of its historic high. Yeah, it would take a little bit of something for that to flood anything but an outhouse along the side. So those are the challenges that are being worked through as well. Next slide, please. So this is publicly accessible. I was going to do a demo here, but sometimes the internet, the bandwidth is challenging and things render slowly. This is available on the news site, which is water.noaa.gov. And like right now for 60% of the country, you can look at this, especially in the dynamic products. And this is a kind of example I just put up a couple of days ago. I think this was in Michigan, where they're having some ongoing flooding. This is what it would look like. You turn on your, kind of drop down here where you can choose between the water model analysis, the maximum water model inundation, or the RFC. If you look at RFC, it's like it's only going to show it from those forecast points. And again, if you got to just kind of zoom around trying to find out where something's happening, because it's only going to map when it thinks the flows are significant. Next slide, please. Couple examples. A colleague of mine was dispatched up to Washington State in December to help with some of the flooding there. And I think there's actually a couple animations on this. You could click a couple times. Yeah, this is some of the screen captures he did. This is an internal tool that he was using to kind of look at what was going on. I think there's one more. And kind of comparing what they were seeing on the ground from drone imagery to what was mapping. And it's certainly not perfect, but it actually did a reasonably good job. You see, because there's some under inundation here where you clearly have inundation. But you can see that the house, is pretty well surrounded in both images with the yellow arrow, the white arrow, maybe a little bit of the under inundation, but pretty, I would say for a product like this, I would say usable, certainly imperfect, but some useful information here. And then the forecast comparison. Next slide, please. In our area, we had some real big challenges. This is what it used to want to do to Reno, we have a new version that's about to come out. And this is what Reno looked like. The blue in there is actually only about 4,000, 5,000 CFS flow. It doesn't even hit the bike path yet. So I was kind of being the squeaky wheel yelling at some help. This is terrible. We need to fix this. And the folks definitely started paying attention, went on to the national page, and we had some minor events, and it was showing on our public page, airport underwater. Like, yeah, this isn't good. So advance, please. So they did. This is what the next version looks like. It's improved. Here we have the example of the turquoise stuff. We can really see, and turquoise was great, and they shared all the layers. I sent it to our developers so they could see what it really should look like. So it's going to help them tune. This is a lot better. It's imperfect because, as Christine showed, we do flood the airport. It's just we don't flood at 4,000 or 5,000 CFS. So getting there. The good news is I think this product. Go ahead and advance. I think I've got some other pieces on this slide. Yeah. Okay. So one more click here too. Susanville. This is an example up north. They were right under inundating, so they didn't even fill the channel on the Susan River. And the next version of actually it starts flooding parts of Susanville, which is imperfect but way more accurate than the previous version. Next slide, please. So there's a lot of things going on here. I think to me this is like very going to be a great tool when there's a little bit more time and resources into it. It's under development, it's going the right direction, not quite there yet, but there's cool stuff happening. This is one, they're working on these other tools as well at the same time. This is called Floodplain, and this is just internal at this point, but they're trying to say, okay, can we use this model for flash flooding? And that we have an internal tool that simulates flooding with on a couple different models on very short time frames, and they're testing that. About out of time. Next piece, please. And then they're also doing looking at road impacts and trying to highlight those road impacts. So those will kind of pop out. One more, please. And then also working on probabilistic thing. So using a bit of an ensemble, time-lapse ensemble to kind of look at the probability. And I think, yeah.
Wow. Lightning fast. For those of you online that have just jumped in, I know there were a lot of beeps in. We're getting ready to shift to the next presenter, but make sure you jot down Tim's email address. You're still going to stick with us.
Yep.
All right. So you get to play along too. That's a lot of information all packed in, but you can synthesize all this, right? Can you? If not, maybe you need technology to help. Maybe there's technology out there to help, such as artificial intelligence. Who knows?
I'm going to put in a plug. If folks are hoping to receive continuing education credits today, please scan this QR code. There's been a couple knowledge check questions. There'll be one more following Rachel and Sky's presentation, but just putting in a plug, scan this QR code, have those knowledge check questions up. And over to you, Rachel.
Okay, send us home, Rachel and Sky.
All right, there is so much to say here. And I'm gonna try my best to keep it what I have scripted, but I had to add in just a few things. So my my neighbor sent me an article this week, and she was like, "So I'm not into tech. I'm actually not even in the workforce. I'm a stay-at-home mom, but my family called family summit talk about AI, the future of AI, and this article that Matt Schumer has just covered. What do you think about all this? And is this like really, like the article describes it like, do you remember where you were when you heard about this fire in China? I know I was like, okay, I got a million things and like noted and I'm moving on, And the article's like, it was a big thing that was happening. And the title of the article is like, something big is happening. So we're here to talk about the big things. And Sky and I are going to be co-presenting, and we co-wrote my first thought leadership piece. And sort of the premise, what we're trying do for you today is to make it accessible and like also try to not be intimidating. And, you know, like we describe AI as like, you're in the train station. And this is Sky's excellent analogy. You know, you're in the train station and the trains are coming. So you can stay in the train station and you can just watch. It's okay. You know, like eventually there will be a train that you'll probably want to get on. And so we're going to be, you know, trying to make that more accessible for you here today, at whatever stage you are. And if you are watching those trains go by, that's okay. And if you're on a train and you're moving and maybe you feel like you're not moving as fast as you should, I want to normalize that and say, I have been talking to like the biggest leaders in this space, like Bill Kirst was on my panel at FMA. He's change manager for Adobe, was change manager at Microsoft. And his main takeaway, you know, from Johns Hopkins University, going out and presenting like regularly at Johns Hopkins University, and going on tours, hosting Coffee and Change podcasts. He said, everyone, without a doubt, feels like they are not moving fast when it comes to AI. So if you feel like you're not up to speed or you're, you know, falling behind, that is how, you know, how everyone was feeling. And I was like, when I was moderating the panel and asked him to be on it, I was like not on the train. I was getting onto the train and I wasn't really feeling that behind because I hadn't started my journey. So that's an okay thing.
But we're all coming back together, and the goal here is that we're coordinating all that at
So glad so many of you were able to join. Please do go ahead if you're online, scan here. We're going to be doing a few Slido polls, and you want to get a sense of our audience. So if you have your phone and can hold it up, it's pretty engaging to be able to see live on the spot, you know, the results of these polls. So if you bring it up and you let us know, you know, which of these categories you fall into, that would be great. You have a paper copy for those who are in person of a survey that we'll be using for the basis of our interactive. We're going to do some small group breakouts a little bit later. And this content will be part of that. And so we're interested in hearing sort of what are your big challenges? So you can think about that for while we're talking, or you can say that there would be more guided thought through that a little bit later in the presentation. So that's sort of a teaser of what's to come. This presentation here today is all about decisions, not tools. So we're trying to take the hype out of AI and make this accessible. You guys are all already great at high stakes, complex decision making. So we're going to be showing with you how AI can be a powerful tool to support this. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Sky to introduce herself. And actually, I'll briefly introduce myself before I turn over her. I'm Rachel Oriana. I was previously the Flood Risk Program Manager at Army Corps of Engineers and the one who put in the proposal for this forum. And I'm very, very happy to be here and be able to present at it now with GEI Consultants. And so and this is my first time co-presenting with Sky King. I was talking to Sarah who organized this, and we were both saying how we were a bit starstruck that Sky King has accepted to present in this forum. Her last presentation at ASFPM had 900 registrants and 600 attendees. And a lot of you, if you're following her, seen her ASFPM AI presentations, and she's on the leadership committee for the AI subcommittee for ASFPM. I call her my national AI communication and engagement, expert collaborator. So with you, over to you, Sky.
Oh my gosh. Well, hopefully you can hear me well. I'm dialing in from Silicon Valley. So I'm living, breathing, eating AI every day. It seems like you can't get away from it. It's even on the Caltrain when I take that places. So excited to see everyone here today. Thank you for all of you who are already participating in our polls. We thought we would start out this discussion with describing kind of what some of our current feelings are on the AI-related change we're experiencing in many different venues and especially in your work. So I'll give you a few moments to just focus in on there. But what I can say is in our previous poll, we had a lot of folks from across the spectrum. And as you do these Slidos throughout, once you answer, you get to see the results of what other people are doing. So we're doing well here. It looks like a lot of you are curious but cautious. We're also getting a number that are concerned about risks, as well as those who are just beginning to explore. And as Rachel said, if you are just noticing that AI bullet train going by, even just the fact that you're paying attention is fantastic. So you can get on at any point. And we're hoping in this discussion today, part of that is coming to fruition and next steps. So what we wanted to start out by saying is that we all know AI can be a really powerful tool to support the kind of complex decisions you're already making. You've given us a little bit of a sense of where it's showing up in your work. And what we're seeing across organizations is that it isn't just about the tools, it's that AI is making our decisions more visible. It starts to surface things that we often, I think, hide or aren't as visible in our day-to-day. We know these decisions were always happening, but now they're a little bit more visible and a little bit more on display. So that's really where the expertise of everybody in the room there in person, as well as virtually, that's really where your expertise comes in. And the goal in what we're talking about today isn't just about using AI more. It's about using these tools in ways that lead to better, more confident decisions that are solving real challenges you face. And I think, Rachel, you and I have had a lot of great discussions around, we see a lot of organizations taking a tool-first approach, and then they're struggling with adoption or wondering what's really going on. And so taking a step back and thinking a bit more about what the real business or organizational or community challenges are that you're trying to solve. In some cases, AI tools may be a solution for that, but in others, the standard ways that you're already approaching that might be a better fit. So taking a pause and thinking through this is a part of that journey. So I'm going to launch the next discussion question here, which is when you think about decision making, potentially around AI in your own organizations, where do you expect there to be challenges? And don't worry, we allowed you to pick up to your favorite two for this one. So I'll just give you a moment for this. But as you look at the options, what we'd like you to notice is that these are generally not technical issues, though that might come up. Maybe that's in your something else column. But what you see here is a lot of the challenges we see are about accountability or adoption, how you're going to use those tools effectively, explaining decisions, some of those knowledge gaps, or maybe there's a little resistance to AI tools, and that is well-founded in many places and something to examine and explore. Time pressure, trusting AI outputs, validating results, knowing when to rely on versus override some of what you might see through some of the AI tools that we have. And if you wrote down something else, I would love to know in the chat if there's anything missing from this list that is a challenge, because we'll incorporate that into some of the next ones we do. So what I'm seeing here in our responses, just taking a quick look, looks like trusting AI outputs. So far, more than half of you responding are flagging that as something to think about. Also high are validating results, knowing when to rely on versus override AI. And then we also have a little bit of a bump in adoption, folks thinking about that as well. So, and I saw at least one of you put something else. So please share with us what those are. So now I'm going to pass things over to Rachel to walk us through what is next.
Yeah, so I want to go ahead and highlight, because I know for me, and I was talking to Hunter, it's like, all right, but what does this really mean to me? Like, what are the concrete, give me something practical here. Like, how are you really using this? So I'm going to give 3 examples of how we've recently used AI that I feel like are interesting, practical, case studies that I found the tool very helpful. and one where my colleague was like doing the back end stuff, and I'm gonna share that with you. So next slide. And do we have Liz Hurst on the line? Yes, we do.
Yes,
Okay.
good morning. Hi.
Yeah, so Liz, I'm gonna frame it and then I'll let you explain what the challenge was. So just real quick, basically, I was approached and, someone said, hey, do you think AI might be a good tool for, helping the Inland Empire Utilities Agency? They've got a lot of really valuable information locked in 100 hours of recorded video ages ago. And Liz, the client, is on the line to share a little bit with you about like, what was that challenge really? What led up to that conversation? Over to you, Liz.
Yeah, thanks for that intro. And, just to frame things in terms of how Sky framed it, I'm definitely at the just beginning to explore stage and curious but cautious. And so we thought that this was a great kind of test case to work in partnership with GEI to bring this, to experiment with AI, see what it could do. So a little bit of background about our problem that we were trying to solve here. My name is Liz Hurst. I'm the Chino Basin Program Manager, which is a large infrastructure program that we're working on in California in partnership with the state. And it's about $1 billion program, so hugely expensive. And we are fortunate to be part of this water storage investment program, which is helping to fund it. And so the archives that we were looking at in terms of the video were related to how our project was monetized and valued. A couple of projects have dropped out of the process, so there's more funding available, and we're trying to make sure that we understand and work with our economist and the state's economist to explore, hey, is there a way that we could qualify for more of this funding? So the stakes are pretty high in terms of the real world outcomes. And with that, as you see on here, it was hundreds and hundreds of hours of video. This project started back in 2017. And in 2017 to 2018 alone, I think there were between 100 hours of relevant video and about 600 hours total that we were trying to comb through. So we turned to Rachel, and I'm excited for her to share what we were working on together. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Liz. So essentially they're going to have an economist testify at an upcoming California Water Commission hearing. And it is key that that economist is familiar with the key points from these 600 hours of video, and they are going to have 10 hours to come up to speed. So we're calling this AI for time compression. So we're trying to create meeting summaries and transcripts. Next slide. And so essentially, I went, just like in talking to people, AI is so new. And so I went to the person because we're going to try an innovative tool, and I needed approval, even internal to my company, to be able to use this tool that hasn't yet been approved. The person doing the approving was like, yeah, this is I don't think it's going to be a problem. I'll ask the right person. But anyways, this is just like a 15-minute exercise. So it should be fun. Anyways, it was not 15 minutes. We did spend a couple of months and we ran into some bumps. And I think that's part of the course with some of these AI investigations. I found that on a few of these is that you start thinking this is going to be really easy. And AI is not a black box. And we'll get to some of those takeaways in a minute, but I just wanted to highlight that. And we did go through a very thoughtful, interactive process with Liz and the Inland Empire Utilities Agency to ultimately determine sort of the key factors, weigh options, when we're deciding on an AI tool, what do they want us to include and weigh as pros and cons when we're deciding what tool to use. We ultimately involved them in selecting the tool. As we were working on the project, as I mentioned, we ran into a bunch of hurdles. We had to refine and ultimately extract and synthesize key portions of 600 hours of content into 18 summaries and corresponding transcripts. We created sort of a whole spreadsheet and went line by line with a human to identify which of the agenda items are actually the ones that you need the minutes and the transcripts for. We want to make this as easy to ingest for the economist that's only going to have 10 hours as possible. But we also knew that for the really critical pieces, he's going to need to probably watch the video or listen to the audio. So we made it easy to link the transcript to the audio. Also made it all time stamped so that he could easily find just the section of the video that he needed to watch if there's a really critical clip. There was a lot of important context in the way that people were interacting with each other. So just by default, when we say create a meeting minute or a meeting summary, it lost all that people context that's really important. And so, you know, we did an iterative prompting process, and this was like another sort of, you know, tip and trick that I learned that I thought was really interesting, that I basically used AI as part of an optimization experiment to help refine the prompt. Now, I'd like you guys to show on your hands, and you can just think in your head, how many pages do you think the prompt was that we ultimately used to create the ideal meeting minutes? You can show me on your hands. Okay, we've got some ones, we've got a 5, we've got ones, we've got 10. Okay, you guys are in the ballpark. It was 6 pages long, 6 pages, the prompt that created, we created lots of different meeting minutes using AI. It was a very interesting exercise of like the same situation and just looking at it from different angles, and like you can get completely different meeting minutes. And many of them each provided some unique element. And so we were putting those in and trying to ultimately create one single set of meeting summaries, you know, that captured all the best of all of them. And I can go on and on about that. So I'll keep us moving. Next slide. But essentially, you know, the impact was that The Economist has access to key portions of 600 hours of content. And I'm going to let Liz just tell you a little bit more about the impact.
Yeah, so this has been really key to refreshing our understanding about what happened. We've had a ton of staff turnover, both internally on our team, people retiring, things like that, as well as on the state side as well. So I think, you know, we're just getting ready to use the content, but for us internally, it's been tremendously helpful to make sure that we remember correctly what happened about 10 years ago when these discussions were going on. They were highly technical, and so the details matter. And we're looking forward to using this to roll this out. For me personally, it's just really nice to have kind of that backup in an easy to digest format and reference. And then when we're in those meetings, it's not your memory versus mine. We can all kind of look at it and agree without having to wade back through all of the original content. So we're looking forward to using this. We're going to be continuing to work with the state staff on this, and hopefully, you know, it'll end up in some positive results in August. So stay tuned. But yeah, it was a very, I think just to add one last thought on here, Rachel, I think from my standpoint, one key takeaway was AI is a magical tool, but it's not magic. So like Rachel glossed over, it really, I think she didn't give herself enough credit. It was a lot of work on their side to fine tune it, pick the right tool, and then out of the box, it doesn't instantly work. It really is an iterative process, and you have to keep on tweaking it. But once she got that tweak done, the results have been really impressive and super helpful. Thanks.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Liz. And I did end up taking more time on that one than I had allocated. So I'm going to be very brief on these other 2 examples. I would love to dive into more details. If you hit me up afterwards, I will explain. Yeah, but we want to leave time for our interactive exercise. So just very quickly, this was a summary for AI for time compression, for AI for decision making. So this one, basically the Delta Islands are in California are below sea level and vulnerable to flooding. We've got high salinity flows coming in from the bay, and water operations could face weeks or months of disruptions. The solution space is enormous, and AI was helpful in trying to figure out exactly which scenarios are worth spending the more time to do like 2D modeling. So like this was like a course 1-over. And next slide. So essentially, you know, basically we developed a model. This was all done through GEI to support California Department of Water Resources. And ultimately, like I said, figure out which of these scenarios are worth spending more time on. Next slide. And so we took millions of scenarios. It was like more than could be done within the time frame, like way beyond. But we ultimately found it led to better decisions at scale, proven across millions of scenarios, and the value was showing up both in performance and that the client wanted more on this. So, sort of our lessons learned, start with the decision, not the model, and really simple was more important than having it really complex. We had to iterate our approach to the problem multiple times, and translation was the real work there. Next slide. I love this slide because it's just like, an excerpt from a textbook, but from 2017, and just showing, really machine learning, it's about helping humans to learn. It's not intended to replace human learning. And that's like the big takeaway from this slide. Love to dive into this in more detail, and I'm going to keep us moving. Next slide. AI for collaborative thinking. This is one of my favorites. And in this Silver Jackets forum, I know a lot of us, like I facilitated in the past, the brainstorming, and we get into groups in each of the corners and we come up with all these amazing ideas. And I've been continuing to work with that, and went on one of the more innovative efforts I led recently in strategic planning. We did that and then had people narrate in what they had on the wall. We captured all of that on the transcript. I then afterwards narrated in what I saw on the maps, on each of the brainstormed pages, and used that to create an Excel spreadsheet similar to our Silver Jackets project prioritization sheet. But it gave us something to work with so we could move around and manipulate objectives or potential strategies to support strategic planning. And it really worked wonders for mining very rich transcripts and very rich, and very idea dense brainstorm sheets of paper in many multiple groups. Next slide. And so, we went from 16 hours of discussion to clear usable objectives, and ultimately found that AI is really good at documenting and organizing, and that it can help synthesize. And then we also ran into a barrier where I was trying to push it, see how far we could get. Could AI actually do a good job of pulling these together and sort of understand what the higher level goal was, and actually come up with some good objectives? And the answer was not as good as the human. So it stopped short there. It was really more about taking the content, pulling in just what was said, cross-checking. We used it to cross-check against the prior plan, and generating that aligned, high-quality content is really a big task. Next slide. All right, back over to you, Scott.
All right, so we've got a couple of folks already responding to this. So we wanted you to imagine you're bringing an AI tool or solution to an existing project or need that you have. And we're curious to see where you are seeing some friction points potentially, and where and how you might rank these. Is it about buy-in, knowledge, resources, security, time, transparency, trust, something else? So we would love for you to take a look at that. And I will give you a moment, but as we're having you take a look, what we wanted to share as well is, we heard 3 great examples from Rachel. And what this image is it's meant to zoom out and show a snapshot of the broader landscape where many of you are already seeing AI show up in practice. And I created this image as a way for us to think about this in terms of a spectrum, or maybe even a climb, right? For some of these, it might be a little bit more effort. And on the lower left, you see areas where you might have more of your efficiency or automation focused work. And those are generally a little bit lower risk, a little bit easier to implement, and that might not be as risky as you sort of climb up the mountain. Those are areas where it might take more high stakes decisions and where your impact is greater. So you might pause more there and have a lot more of the discussions like the ones that Rachel and Liz were talking about. So there's many more applications than what you see on this list here. But what we wanted to do is, as we're going to be getting into our next part here, we wanted to keep those gears turning in your brains about the ways in which you might be thinking of applying AI for work. And, it's not just about tools, right? It's also thinking about the risk and the impact and what that tolerance is in your organization or with the communities or others that you work with, and being really thoughtful about that as you move forward. So just in going back to the poll, some of the results we're seeing is that it looks like trust is the tops on the list in terms of where you're thinking there might be some friction. And then the number 2 ranking is security, and then transparency and buy-in after that. So I think that makes a lot of sense given the industry we're in. So if we zoom out a bit on what decision making actually looks like in practice, it's rarely just one thing. You've got technical challenges with your data model and tools, but you've also got those adaptive challenges, which are about the humans, the changing conditions, the multiple perspectives, the competing priorities. And then there's also all these questions we think about in terms of, the human elements. Who makes the decisions? What assumptions are we bringing in? Where do we trust outputs? And all of this is happening under, I think, as Rachel and Liz and others have shared, real time pressures with real constraints and real stakeholders. So the idea here is that AI is coming in, and it's not about removing this complexity. It's making it more visible and perhaps easier to work with. And so you're all already navigating a lot of these challenges every day. And the question is whether to use AI and how to work through this in a way that's going to make sense. So with that in mind, we wanted to just quickly ask you a little bit about, in 1 or 2 words, what does strong leadership in uncertainty look like for you? So this is going to be a word cloud that'll pop up for us. So, when decisions are complex, high stake, a bit uncertain, where does that strong leadership show up, and how does that look within your organization or within your teams? I'm seeing a couple of words.
Yeah, I want to mention.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Oh, okay. So I think we have some folks adding to our word cloud here. You can see as we're moving along that, many of the things people are sharing seem to be clustering. I see transparency is really large. We've got consistency as a part of that. And these are some of the themes we show up again and again. This is what I'm sharing on your slide here, that strong leaders tend to create that clarity under pressure. They have systems awareness, so that they're thinking a few steps ahead. They're communicating transparently. They are thinking about that broader systems awareness, and they keep learning and testing and adapting as things evolve. And what's important is these aren't just personality traits, these are observable behaviors, and they're things that we can all continue to learn and cultivate and grow and expand ourselves as we're leading, whether it's with an AI tool deployment or using that, or whether it's other things within our organizations. So these are things we can all practice and strengthen. And what we just talked about in terms of those leadership behaviors, I think all of us on the call and if they're in person know that these don't just happen by accident. They're supported by how our decisions are structured within organizations. And that's why I wanted to just briefly put up this slide around governance. So this isn't about, bureaucracy. This is about clarity around how decisions are going to be made. And as AI becomes part of our workflows, I always say this is even more important now than it's been in the past. So definitely brush off those best practices and things you've been using within your organizations. And think about, we're not just asking what is the right decision, we're also going to be asking what role AI might play as a part of that. And where is human judgment going to step in? Who is ultimately responsible? And this is a topic we could have a whole workshop on just related to this. It could even be a whole conference. So the main points here are having legal and ethical guardrails, having those decision boundaries, understanding what that accountability structure is, and then what are the points you're going to review. And I thought Rachel and Liz brought up a lot of great examples where there were inflection points and parts where you test and make sure that you're, having those reviews and things in place. So this doesn't just build trust, it builds confidence in knowing what some of those decisions are that are being made. So with that, what we've developed at Geode LifeWork is just a simple framework for navigating decisions in these high uncertainty environments. It could be including AI, but it could be in any high stakes environment. So I wanted to just pose this because it helps to give teams and organizations and individuals a little bit of a structure for how you can continue to build that trust and have that transparency as you're working in these high stakes areas. So What I thought might be kind of fun is for a moment, I want you to imagine that it is peak storm season. You're getting real-time flood predictions from an AI model every few minutes. It's fast, it's dynamic, there's a lot going on. But what you're finding in this moment is that maybe some of those AI predictions are contradicting your most experienced field staff. No one is doubting the technology. The question is, how are you going to lead and make decisions when that data is coming in really quickly, but the trust element is there? So here, just to give you an example of how you might apply this, and I'm sharing this with you because we're going to be asking you to do this right afterward, is, with AI in this scenario, assessing it's not just a technical issue, right? There's a misalignment between the model outputs and the human expertise. Our decision is around clarifying what the boundaries are, when the model is going to inform, and when humans are going to override that, and where judgment might sit. For anticipate in this scenario, it might be about, we know there's time pressures, there's high stakes, there might be different levels of trust and maybe some skepticism. With practicing, we know that we're creating shared visibility. So we might say in this instance, here's what the model's saying, here's what our expertise in the field is saying. We're going to be transparent about that and talk about how we bring people into the equation and really have the decision lie with our human expertise. And then the testing element is really about trying to learn from what we've experienced and setting a simple rule that as we move forward, especially because AI models can shift and change and not be as responsive over time, it's important to test, learn, and recalibrate so that we're getting back the integrity that we want. So it's not about choosing between AI or humans. This is about how do we integrate things together.
This input.
All right, Rachel, I know we're going to be getting
Form,
into our
but I wanna
lab
let
now, and I'm going to be sharing a
them
few
know
things as
that
well.
I currently work
All right. And okay, thank you for the
as a
muting.
consultant to Caltrans.
Okay.
We're trying
We'll
to mute.
hit that.
Okay, there we go. Got it.
All right, Rachel, thank you. Rachel, I'll turn things
Thanks.
over to you. And in the meantime, I'm going to share some things in the chat.
Amazing. Okay, thank you so much, Sky. All right, I'm going to direct those of you who are here back to your hard copy paper if you've done anything on that. If you haven't, that's okay. So I'm going to guide you through this here now. If you can put your name, I'd love to. I would love to take these and afterwards. But I'm going to ask before you look, just close your eyes for a moment and imagine you're having a hard time getting out of bed this morning. It's not that hard to imagine. Maybe that is actually the scenario. But imagine that maybe you woke up in the middle of the night. That also isn't hard to imagine. But you're wrestling with something to do about what should you do about a difficult situation? What is it that's keeping you up at night? Maybe it's a community with alluvial fan flood risk, but we've heard a lot about it. Or communities with flash flood risk, or a community that just experienced a wildfire upstream and they're at risk of flooding and they don't know it. Or a community that just got mapped into the floodplain and they think they shouldn't be mapped into the floodplain. It hasn't flooded here in my lifetime. We haven't heard that. Or maybe it's balancing flood risk with water supply. Go ahead, you have on there, I'm asking for at least one of those challenges. You can enter up to 3, but jot down a few of these challenges that are weighing on you and think about where you look to try to problem solve. Maybe you talked it through with a junior staffer or a senior staffer, a technical expert. Maybe you reviewed a recent report, or maybe you realized there wasn't a report and a study on the topic would be helpful. Maybe you asked, an AI tool like ChatGPT or Copilot or Claude for some suggestions. And I'm going to guess that whatever you've done so far hasn't resulted in an answer if you're still weighing on you. So look at your list and consider which of these challenges have different inputs. Maybe there's data, tools, people, and they're pointing you in different directions.
We do in-house training.
Maybe your management says X and you think it's Y and your colleague thinks Z. So go ahead and indicate any challenge where it meets this criteria. You've got
I conduct field inspections for
directions. And in a moment, we're going to be getting into small groups. And in your small group, you're going to be of all of you that are doing all this brainstorm, and in your small groups for the activity, you're just going to use one example from someone. But I would love these papers afterwards. I'm very interested in hearing whatever your pain points are, what challenges, what it is that's keeping you up at night, and if there's something that we can do to help, we'd love to explore that if you're interested. So please do fill out the papers and just take a moment. And I know Sky has an equivalent online. So the link is there in the chat, I believe. And so please go ahead and fill it in. And then I'm going to turn it over to Sky, who's going to facilitate us through this discussion. So I may give folks just a minute more to fill things out, and then Sky, the floor will be all yours.
Yeah. So what I included in the chat is a link to a Google document, which we can use as part of the breakouts. I know folks there in the room, you'll have a paper version of this. But as Rachel was saying, we wanted to put up a few additional examples just from a general category standpoint about some of the real decisions you might be navigating. So maybe there's a conflicting data or model output. Maybe you're having to prioritize projects with limited resources or communicate risk to different stakeholders. Maybe you're using or questioning a new tool or model, whether that's AI or whether that's something else. We know in our communities, a lot of times there are questions about the tools being used or data or how you're collecting that information. Navigating stakeholder disagreements has come up in a lot of the conversations I've seen, as well as making those time pressure focused decisions. So if one of these on this list is making you think, oh, that happens a lot in our organization, or oh, I'm really experiencing that in the work we do with communities, that's a great one to use. And so just to give you a sense of what we're going to do when we send you off to the breakout rooms is very quick intros. It is just your name, your role, maybe a decision type you're dealing with really often. And again, I put those in the chat so that you could reference those as well. And what we want you to do in those rooms when you're together is to choose one of those examples. And it's often great if you are doing one of the ones that has sort of come up with a lot of folks or seems like an easy one to work on with this. Because what we want you to do is to work through at least a few of the stages on ADAPT. You might not get to all 5, but if you can get to 2 or 3, or maybe there are 2 or 3 of those elements that resonate with your group, that's great. We're going to give you a couple of minutes to do that. And the idea for those of you who are in the room is that you're discussing that on paper with the small groups of 3 or 4 of you. And then for those of you online, you'll be in a breakout room with 3 or 4 folks to discuss this. And then after that, we're going to invite, a few of you to share if that's an option. So I think, you see this in the chat. What I'll do, Rachel, is I'll leave this up on the screen for those of you in the room. For those of you online, you'll see this in the Google Word document, and I also included it in the chat for reference. So what we'd like to do is to send people off to breakout rooms now. So I know we have some folks helping us with that next piece.
Are we thinking like 13 to 15 minutes?
How many minutes?
Yeah, let's do 13 minutes. I think that's great.
So you're going to have 13 minutes.
Right, and it'll give you a countdown. And again, you don't need to do all 5 of these. We just want you to get some experience working with a couple of them. So you can do that. And again, brief intros when you get in, and maybe get right into it in terms of an example of where you had to make a tough decision. And like Rachel was saying, what's keeping you up at night right now?
So off you go, and if you don't go there or can't get there, raise a hand or speak up. We'll find a way to get you to your room.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. And again, if you need to take a screenshot of any
Hello, hello. I need to be reassigned to a room.
Guess we're going back on.
Yep. Oh man, we were having a good conversation about AI. I'm sorry, I'm gonna mute myself.
Yeah, all right. Sorry, I'm being played now. No. Time to stretch again. Hey, we got everyone back.
Are we? Yep.
Come on, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Awesome. Sky, can you hear me too?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. This is great. I mean, Takata, we saw you there for just a second. Great to see you all. I hope that the technology worked, and if it didn't, you can blame me. But it should have worked that you had a few minutes to get to know each other, that you had a conversation around a challenge, and that you worked through this ADAPT acronym. So in closing, we're going to hand it back to Rachel and Sky to finish this piece off before we finish our Watershed University.
You, Sky?
Yeah. So we just wanted to invite if anybody wanted to share if there was something interesting that came up in your talk or your discussion about some of the key things related to AI or maybe just decision making within your organizations. So does anybody in the room want to share?
Got a hand up in the room? No? No hands up here yet.
Everybody's shy.
A little
And
shy.
it could be, just what this was like even thinking through some of these challenging discussions that you might have. So we definitely see where people are exploring in a lot of different ways. But what about anybody online? Do we have anyone that wants to come off mute and sort of share an interesting takeaway or a perspective that you came up with in your room? All right, well, maybe folks are a little shy. Okay.
Hey, Hunter.
What was
Hey.
that? Hi.
Hey, Rachel. My friends. I got to be in the room with Liz Hurst, a friend of mine as well, and hearing the backstory of really how the project got going with Rachel and, condensing 600, digesting 600 hours of transcripts. So that was interesting, Liz. You probably talked about it some, but with the larger group, but that was interesting that the history, people retiring, no, there isn't reports and PowerPoints available for what you need, but hey, here's a bunch of recordings. So that was interesting.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Anybody else? Was there a certain part of this that was harder or easier to sort of thinking through anything? And you can share in the chat as well if that's easier. We always like to hear. So I see a chat from Hal going back to first principles priorities for making decisions under less than perfect information. Yeah, ended up learning, leaning toward risk aversion. Yeah, that's often what we see. So the idea is to have these conversations much earlier in the process. And it's why Rachel and I have talked a lot about, it's not just taking a tools first approach in AI, it's about what problems or challenges are we really trying to solve and making a thoughtful decision about whether AI is the right solution or there might be something else within your best practices that is going to be a better fit. Right? Any other final thoughts? Well, we just appreciate you exploring and trying something out for today. We know that these are ongoing discussions, and Rachel and I are here, and I'm going to let Rachel close, and we'll go from there.
Awesome. We're very grateful to all of you for coming and joining us. Just a few takeaways from today. Just noting better decisions don't come from using AI. They come from really thinking carefully and thoughtfully about how we design for making those decisions. And if we're going to insert AI into a decision, really carefully thinking about how that insertion is going to happen and not having the AI replace human decision making. I think that this is probably a more cautious group and more a group that's interested in thinking critically about all the information and the factors And I think AI has the potential to add value in certain cases, and it's a tool that's really worth considering and think thoughtfully about how you're going to incorporate it. So really designing the systems for real world conditions and using AI to support not shortcut thinking and not to replace human thought or decision making, and ultimately being really clear when decisions are being made that a human is being held accountable. And like the human is ultimately responsible for the decision and that they completely own that decision. And if they used AI to support as a thought partner in thinking that through, that can be a valuable tool. And at the end of the day, like the human, there has to be a human who says, I stand behind it, I believe in it. Like I have gone back to first principles, as Hal was saying, and I stand behind this. And so Sky and I will be following up with like sort of, the articles that we've mentioned and some, how you can reach us. I would love to be in touch and I'll collect your papers. I also have a little flyer here and Sky's going to put in the chat a link to a little bit more information about us so that you can just learn a little bit more about sort of some of the things that we do at QPI. So, and over to you, Sky, if you want to say a few words for closing, or just next steps. Yeah.
I put up the slides there, and I know that we're getting into the home stretch of today, and we're between you and lunch and all of that, but just so appreciate your participation, especially in the Slido and those details, and just getting a sense of what some of the challenges are that you all are facing. And again, our goal today was to just get the gears turning a little bit about how you might think about some of the challenges you face and whether AI tools might be a potential resource for you as you're doing that. So thank you again for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Rachel, Sky, to have people that are facilitators in mind to mind all of this. And I want to say thanks for the effort that's been put into dry runs and conversations about how to work. Nothing ever works perfectly, but I'm very proud of the ability to do a hybrid meeting. And we're getting better and better all the time. So we can get better if you can give us feedback, what worked, what didn't work. What I have the opportunity to share here is just a couple of my thoughts in closing and inspiration toward the future. Before I do that, I wanted to kind of give the floor to you about how we got here and what you would like to see us do next. And for those, well, both here, you can see it up here behind me, and those of you online should be able to see the screen that has the QR code. This is the time to click that. Make sure you're taking your knowledge checks and getting credits. But just kind of some words of closing here.
Thank you, Hunter. Yeah, like Hunter said, really proud of what we've been able to put together here. And I'd say what led us here, as Eric kind of alluded to in his presentation, we're in a time where there's a lot of uncertainty about what's going to be coming next. And it's led to uncertainty about how are we going to do our jobs well. And so I hope that all of you in attendance can take away some tools that are going to help you do your job while we're kind of hunkered down and waiting for some other things to blow over. And we'll still be standing at the end, right? So I thought I will pass it back to Hunter, or is that?
No. A mentor of mine once said, be brief, be brilliant, be gone. And that was, no, you can't leave. You're not that far gone. I can't be that brief or that brilliant, I guess. But I would like to take advantage of this moment that we are together. So, challenge by choice, but those of you who are out there online, still here at the end in the home stretch, you're invited in 10 seconds to turn on your webcam. Lindsay's going to take a picture. We're all going to turn around and look at Lindsay, and all y'all are going to be looking at Lindsay too through your webcams. So turn it, yeah. There we go. There's Sky. There's Brett Ann. Hey, this is great. See, now we know that you're actually here. The rest of us are going to go look at Lindsay. All right, you got 10, 9, 8. Picture it didn't happen. Turn on your webcam. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We were all here.
Wow.
Thank you. You can leave those webcams on because I like to see your smiling faces. In closing, from me, I just want to say, don't forget the history of this. Shout out to FEMA, who had this notion of starting a concept of free, accessible, creditable training for floodplain managers and others, so that if you have 10 hats on and you really can't afford the time or money to get to the conference where you can get ASFPM to give you the credits, or if you can't make it to FMA. And so that was where this started, this Watershed University concept. There was a moment in time when FEMA didn't have the funding, and that was the moment in time that we, the Corps, really, the Silver Jackets program was able to step in and carry that baton. And that was something I got a chance to be part of. So I just want to shout out to like the federal partner in FEMA that started this, and that the Corps and Silver Jackets partnership has kind of carried that forward. The next Watershed University, I don't know when it'll be. I don't know where it'll be. I'm hoping that Nevada can continue to do this. And I hope that you all will come in person, because it's just not the same without you here in person. Make the investment and come here, and we're going to have lunch. Sorry, you can't. You got to have lunch with yourself. So we're going to have lunch with each other. Those of you who can stay, I think we're going to do that in just a minute. But please do think about how to invest. I still work for the Corps of Engineers. The Corps of Engineers is still supporting Silver Jackets. I can talk to you over lunch about what I think about this, but I would say it's fair to push that the notion of Silver Jackets has always been state-led, federally supported. It feels to me, in our current environment, that it is more important than ever to know that state leadership needs to step up, because we're uncertain about our federal support. I'm not saying we're not here, but I'm just saying we really want to make sure that teams like this that are built before you need a team, well, maybe we need that team, and we need that quarterback to come kind of rotate in, or whatever metaphor you want. I'm not an organized sports guy, so I don't really know. But so still state-led, still federally supported, states such as Nevada, I want you to really think about it, stepping that up. I have some materials that I'd love to give to this group in paper format that I brought with me over the hill about the partnership impact model. And I can talk a little bit about it because to me, it is one of those examples of where partnerships, not talking about, we're basically saying, hey, the locals can do this for themselves if they can be organized about it. And it starts at the core of trust and connection. I looking at faces here that I've worked with for a long time, and I feel like a trust, and being here makes the connection. And those things are the core value of anything partnership related. That collaborative capacity can grow and grow and grow. And if that core of trust and connection is there, you really have something to grow from. So every one of you out there in the ethersphere, every one of you here has the opportunity to build that community, whatever that connection is to the next person over, whether it's family, whether it's neighbors, whether it's what you do here at work. But making trust happen and making connection happen is what it's going to be all about. So the partnership impact that we can realize is something that is not necessarily even government-led at all. People can do that trust and connecting without government. And wouldn't that be great if people can all take care of themselves in a way that it helps all of us? So I'm going to stop talking because it is 12:29 or maybe even less, and just say, once again, I'm so honored to be able to come back. It's great to see you all. It's great to meet a couple new faces. I'm looking forward to lunch. And for those of you online, if there was anything that really stuck out that was awesome, please chatter in the chat space before you leave. Hey, that was great. Thank you so much. We are keeping this recording going, so we'll be the last persons out of the virtual room. And you go have lunch wherever it is that makes you happy. We're done. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.